Good evening. It is 8:15 or 6:15, and I would like to call this meeting to order. Can we have roll call, please?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry for the
Can you guys
interruption.
hear me?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm sorry for my tardiness. Have we already said the pledge?
Sorry, we'll go ahead and move on to the Pledge of Allegiance before roll call. Dr. Weeks,
Sure,
would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I don't think I can hear you guys. I'm going to hang up and I'm going to try and call back. Just give me a few seconds.
Okay.
I think it just automatically mutes everybody and you have to unmute yourself.
Okay, let's try this again. Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. All right, I can hear you guys now. So we'll thank you, Dr. Weeks, for the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll move on to roll call.
Susan Benjamin. Louisa Stark.
And Susan has indicated she would not be here this evening.
Okay. Louisa Stark. Lene Almy.
Present.
Laura Diaz.
Present.
Carmen Trujillo.
Present.
Madam Chair, it appears we have a quorum.
Thank you. We will go ahead and move on to community communications. And just for norms for tonight, we'll be setting community communications at 3 minutes. And I will time, and Miss Esmeralda, if you could also time as well, just so in case one of us is having any technical difficulties, that would be really great.
Madam Chair, we collected some coding data on our community communications this evening. Just for the benefit of the board and audience, we have 35 staff, Phoenix L staff members submitting comments, 12 parents. In coding the comments, it appears as though 41 are recommending that we stay online. 1 is recommending in-person learning. 3 have some additional suggestions, and 2 other comments. So we have, I don't have a total here. I'm sorry, we do have a total, 47 community communications cards. And so what we're going to do is Amanda's going to read the first 5. Ms. Jeffries, Linda will read 6 through 10, Amanda 11 through 15, Linda 16 through 20, and so on.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Dr. Weeks, for explaining that. Miss Esmeralda and Miss Jeffries, if you could both time at 3 minutes, that would be great.
Perfect. Yes, I will go ahead and time as well. So the first communications comes from Carissa Lively. Hello, all 3 of my children attend Kenilworth, and I have been for 6 years now. We love the school and the amazing staff. I was informed day of school was to reopen again, that the children will not keep the teachers. That seems to be a horrible plan, and I know my daughter in 1st grade will be devastated if that is the case. All of my kids want to go back, but they will be doing online all year long. We simply are not willing to put ourselves in risk. I'm asking to please not open Kenilworth in October. Please help keep the students and teachers safe. Carissa Lively. The second one comes from Lisa Shawley. It says, I, Lisa Shawley, parent of my 1st grader, Zachary Sessions, feel it is very important for my son, whom is special needs with autism and ADHD, to be back at school learning in the classroom versus being at home doing classes via online. He has a hard enough time focusing throughout the day, and subjecting him to a computer screen for almost 7 hours per day at home isn't beneficial for him to learn. He is restless, gets frustrated, and is very easily and just constantly wants to play with his toys and fidget with anything that he can get his fingers on. He also misses going to his actual school. He cries every morning asking, Mommy, when can I go back to school? Not to mention, I cannot go back to work because I have to be at home doing remote learning online with Zachary. It's time to get our kids back in school. The third one comes from Naomi Robert. I am a preschool through kindergarten teacher at Shaw Montessori. Knowing what I know of children and knowing what I know of how it is to wear a mask even as an adult, I would like to suggest that we reopen as half day and do online half day. Naomi Roberts. The fourth one comes from Cindy Morton. Greetings, Madam President, board members, and Superintendent Weeks. I appreciate the opportunity to express my opinion on the possible campus reopening in a few weeks. COVID has done more than isolate us. It has opened our eyes to many inequities that surround our district, our families, our community. There are moments recently that I have felt hopeless and very helpless. I cannot imagine that our kids and their parents are experiencing. All I can do is send my best Miss Morton hugs from home. I know we are all anxious and eager to get things back to normal, and yet I have so many unanswered questions. As a member of the Phoenix One family, I feel now it is time that we should all be able to support each other and watch out for each other's safeties. The return to school plan I have been provided has given me only more concerns. I have mentioned that I'm a proud teacher at Kenilworth, the best school in PESD 1, but I digress. I'm hearing far too many empty promises concerning technology, equipment, and small class numbers, and all I can think of is how can this all get done by October 12th? And why is there a rush? We have had 6 months to make plans, and here we are making last minute plans, and we could lead to very serious consequences. We are taking hundreds of children, their families, and teachers and staffs and pulling them all from all over the valley into a building with what seems with false hopes and promises for far more than I believe the district is capable of. This kills me, and this kills me to be isolated from my Kenilworth team. Have I mentioned I work for the best school in PESD? Please do not rush this. I tried to instill in my students all year. When we rush, we make mistakes. Please hear the concerns in my words and understand that one child, one member of our family failing to this virus is too many, and we could prevent this right now. Thank you, Cindy Morton. The fifth one is from an anonymous submitter. Hello, I would just like to voice my concerns, and I have heard from other teachers, parents, and students. Last year, I called each of my parents and had a conversation with them. I have talked to many parents this year, one-on-one about returning to school. I also talk to my students every day. This is what I have found out. They really want consistency. They are finally getting into a routine of online learning. We as teachers are also learning how to make each and every day effective. Online learning may not have been so great at first, but it is really working now. If something happens and we have to close down again, we lose all of the work we did as teachers, as students, as parents, etc. If we hit those students 10 times harder than it has already. Also, please consider the following questions. What about the students that live or stay with their grandparents? What about the students that have gotten sick themselves? The numbers are trending down, but they are not great. In December, our numbers could be incredible because we are taking things slow and doing what needs to be done. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chico Robinson, and I am the proud PECTA Vice President and a dedicated middle school social studies teacher at Kenilworth. I'm writing today with the hope that you will consider and choose to maintain the online at-home model of schooling that we are currently using. Science, facts, and state guidelines should be informing our decisions. The science shows us that COVID-19 spreads more rapidly in closed areas with multiple individuals. Our classrooms create this environment for exposures. We are seeing a trend at universities and at schools in Europe that within weeks of opening, there are multiple cases of COVID-19 exposures and contamination. Do I understand that students, especially our young ones and students with the greatest needs, would benefit from going back to the classrooms? Of course I do. And with all my heart, I want to go back to my students in person. But these decisions cannot be made with our hearts. They must be made by our brains. Based on current infection maps, no school is ready to go back in our school community. Phoenix Union has said as much when they chose to keep instruction online until after winter break. As a local union leader, I am reminded that one of the main purposes unions were created for was to ensure a safe working environment. Going back into a classroom where our educators and students are not guaranteed a safe working and learning environment is something we should not risk exposure to. Exposure that I could bring home to my loving partner or to my elderly mother, who I worry night and day for and have been unable to hug since April. The decision to go back physically to the classroom should not be made from a spacious office with hundreds of students and staff running around. It is me and hundreds of educators who will be truly putting our lives and health at risk. The choice is simple, one, and that is no return until our schools are safe. Our schools are not safe. Thank you. Dear governing board members, we are proud and supportive parents of the Phoenix Elementary School District PESD 1. My two children, 5th and 7th grade, have attended Shaw Montessori since the age of 3. Since the pandemic, PESD 1, the principal and teachers have made adjustments so that the online learning experience is seamless to what is learned in Montessori. My kids are doing very well, and the teacher's daily curriculum is paradigm. My family is a 3-generational household and feel the safest way to continue their education is through online learning. Please consider online learning for the remaining school year. Respectfully, Maisha and Richard Harris. Number 8 is from Zeta Robinson's. Safety first, stay teaching virtually until students, educators, and their families are safe. The 9th communication is from Margaret Caruth. Hello, Community Relations. I wanted to share my thoughts as a 3rd grade teacher at Whittier on returning to school. I am not comfortable with returning to school on October 19th. I think that if students and their families are given an option to choose, then teachers and their families should be able to choose. My health and my family's health are my #1 priority. I also believe that the data my school has gathered has most families wanting to stay online. We should not be going back to school until it is 100% safe. Students are just getting into a routine and getting comfortable with online learning. Students will get sick and we will have to go back online. Why would we even try to go back when we know that we are putting students and teachers' health at risk? Thank you for your time. Stay safe and stay healthy. With gratitude, Ms. Caruth. Number 10, to the governing board members. My 2 children, pre-K and 2nd grade, have both attended Shaw Montessori since the age of 3. We love the Montessori learning model and our Shaw family community. Since March, when the pandemic first had an impact on in-person learning, all involved, PESD1, our principal, Ms. Engel, and teachers have been nothing short of amazing, helping our kids get adjusted to this new learning environment. My children still feel connected and are still doing very well with the curriculum that is currently being provided. Safety is our top priority right now. We have a multi-generational household and we feel the best and safest way to continue this school year is for our children to continue online learning. We ask that you please continue the online learning Montessori format for the remainder of the year. Thank you for your consideration. Hakeem and Sarika Adamolu.
Number 11 is from Jessica Yerbasit. Hello, I have a number of concerns that teachers in our schools also have about this plan. According to the CDC research, as reported by the New York Times and others, over 75% of children who have died from COVID-19 have been Black, Hispanic, and Native American. These are the students we serve in the PESD #1. I know we are concerned with equity and our northern and eastern neighboring school districts, but the different concerns facing our community are important and the realities are stark. The question is not if something will happen, the question is when it will happen, and are we prepared to deal with the consequences of that as a district? We don't know what is going to happen, but we do know something will happen. And we have to be okay with the choices that are made right now and right here. When a student gets sick, what support do we have in place for them? When a student infects other students, what is the protocol that is going to be in place? How long do we wait to figure these things out? We are prepared to deal with the death of a student, or are we prepared to deal with the death of a student? Statistically, one of our students is at a much higher risk of death than the other in districts that are in person. In Arizona, they just released data that over 750 teachers have quit since August 31st, 2020. Additionally, in the same report, 28.1% of teaching positions remain unfilled in the entire state. Do we have the human resources to handle the worst case scenario? Right now, there appears to only be one building substitute. What happens if more than one person is absent and our classes cannot be combined because of the numbers? When a teacher gets sick, we are prepared to have a body in place to do that job. If a teacher is on oxygen and cannot write substitute plans, are we prepared for that? If the teacher dies, are we prepared to deal with that? Is that the risk we are willing to take with the CDC information that is available? Are we prepared for the worst case scenario? Are you prepared to take the worst case scenario as our leadership? Number 12 is from Chanel McCrayton. To whom it may concern. As we're coming up on the tentative return date to in-person schooling, I cannot help but be overwhelmed with the questions and concerns. My anxiety over returning back to school is caused by many factors. I do not feel we as a district or even as a country are prepared to be able to enforce the guidelines recommended for adults and or students. As much as I would love to return to in-person learning, I don't feel there is a way to guarantee all adults and all students will be able to follow the guidelines in every area of the school. I am unable to enforce the wearing of masks in the bathroom, for example. There is no way we can be sure an outbreak will not happen. That being said, our kids will be completely heartbroken if they have to return to online learning after coming back. It will be like last spring all over again, and our emotional needs will be impacted greatly. Our students are finally feeling a sort of normalcy with online learning. To go back and forth again would be will be greatly detrimental and impact our learning. There are other schools, affluent or not, that are returning to in-person learning. In our area, they haven't even been open long enough to get a good set of data points from them. In other areas, infection rates and even death rates have been increased among younger school-age children since the reopening of schools. Are we really willing to have our students take that risk? I also have a 9-month-old baby at home that is breastfed. What would happen if I am possibly infected? He could get it from me. Cleanliness and sanitation aren't the only factors preventing me from getting the virus. I've also just used my sick days due to maternity leave. Uh, will, will I be compensated if I am exposed to the infection and must quarantine? Will I be held liable if the students are exposed because of me? As I stated previously, I have many questions and many concerns. I will not have any more of your time with all of them. However, I am curious if majority of our staff does not feel comfortable returning to and majority of our students wish to remain online, why would we mandate that all staff must return back to school? If we cannot guarantee an outbreak at the school, why would we place our students at any amount of risk? Sincerely, Chanel McCrayen. Number 13 is from Emily Swanson. Hello, at the governing board's Hello, at the governing board session tomorrow night, I would like the following to be noted. As a special educator teacher, I feel very strongly that we need to return to in-person learning. Learning online is inadequate for most students, but seriously detrimental for students with disabilities. Many students are unable to successfully navigate online learning activities, even the help of from adults, and are not receiving the same hands-on and social experiences that they would in a resource room or self-contained classroom that are so vital to their educational and growth and continued growth. The COVID-19 school closures have magnified the inequities in our district and in the education system as a whole. Maybe online learning works for some families, but it does not work for a great many of the hardworking families in our district. I believe it is possible to return safely with the use of PPE and frequent sanitation and as much social distancing as possible. However, online learning is not sustainable and will only hinder our children's academic and social emotional development. I also understand that every rational concern about possible exposure to COVID-19 and how serious this illness can be for those with pre-existing health concerns. As such, I believe the district should propose a hybrid model that would permit those whom are at risk to continue teaching online and those whom are not to return to teaching in person. Thank you very much for your time. Sincerely, Emily Watson. Number 14 is from Caitlin Kelly. Good evening, Madam President, Governing Board, and community members. My name is Caitlin Kelly, and I'm a 4th grade teacher at Lowell Elementary. This pandemic has created a lot of different emotions in people around the world, but today my emotions are a direct result from our district. I am feeling undervalued and obsolete. On September 14th, when I was asked to answer questions about my readiness to return to school, myself and many other teachers were under the impression a hybrid model was still on the table. Days later, we found out that our district disregarded our input and is presenting a full in-person return. Personally, I am not comfortable returning to the school under the hybrid model, but I feel much more discomfort knowing I have no choice. I won't have a choice between online or in-person with this plan. Based on the survey data, almost 50% of our teachers are not comfortable with returning in October, but this is still an option you went with. Are you prepared to lose teachers, whether it be because they leave on their own terms or because they end up extremely ill? My family and I have done everything we can to ensure our safety these last 6 months. I have canceled vacations, I've said no to plans, and I found as many outdoor activities as humanly possible to do with an active 1.5 year old. You are asking me to choose between the health and safety of my family and academic success, and health and safety of my students. I would like to ask you, do you feel safe to come and sit in a classroom with 25 plus students every day? Will you come into my classroom and explain to them why their teacher is crying when they get too close? Will you take over the 2 to 3 weeks when I'm sick? If your answer to this is no to any of those, how can you ask your employees with children, elderly parents, and at-risk family members, etc., to do it? As flu season and holidays approach us, there are a lot of unknowns. I am asking you to make a decision now to let your employees and families know they will be safe. Please follow Phoenix Union's lead and prove that we still believe it's not until it's safe. Thank you, Caitlin Kelly. Number 15 comes from Danny Carloni. I shared some concerns that were voiced by parents, other teachers, and students. However, I do want you to hear my voice and my views on this. I am very passionate about my students. Do I want to be back in the classroom with my students? Yes. Do I miss the excitement in their eyes when I pick them up from the playground, the little pictures and notes that mysteriously appear on my desk, the 1,000 little hugs and smiles I get throughout the day? More than anything, trust me, if it were safe to do so, I would be the first person running to the school and opening my arms for them to come running back. The truth is, it is not safe yet. Students are already contracting this awful disease that can have continued negative effects on them for the rest of their lives. Why should a 10-year-old have to suffer with this for the rest of their life? Why should a family member be taken away many years too early? Why should a student have to grieve the loss of their teacher? Shouldn't we be doing everything in our power to minimize occurrences of these scenarios? Why are we rushing into something that will do the opposite? Maybe it is true that our district is affluent, areas are opening up. Keep in mind that we are not the same as those districts. It is also true that other districts, including neighboring high school district, Phoenix Union, have elected to stay online until after December. It is also true that the Arizona State University has decided to return to completely online classes after fall break. We are not the same as these schools either. We serve a younger group of students who don't understand social distancing, safety protocols, etc. They made the hard decision that protects their students, that even at their more mature age, do not know how to protect themselves from this disease. They are making that hard decision because they don't care enough. They are doing it because they do care about their students, their families, and their teachers. They are arguably more than any district that does open. They care about their families and live in multi-generational homes. They care about their parents that rely on their grandparents for childcare. They care about their students that have been through so much change that they crave consistency. They care about their teachers who are immunocompromised and even those who just don't feel safe returning yet. They care enough to keep everybody home and safe until Arizona is ready to truly open back up. The moral obligation is not to do what others are doing, but to do what is right for the students, your families, your teachers, and your community. We are looking at you to make the right choices and show that you too care.
Number 16 is from Nicole Goodwin. Dear President Diaz and governing board members, I am concerned about the discussion to return to school in person on October 19th. I teach first grade at Whittier and currently have 29 first graders enrolled in my class. Every Tuesday when we come back together online, I ask my students, what did they do over the weekend? They tell me, I went to a birthday party. I went to 2 birthday parties. I went to Peter Piper Pizza. I went swimming with my cousins. Currently, one of my students and his family have COVID. I love my students, but I do not feel safe at this time going back to school in person with them. My other concern is that we were told at my school that our classrooms are suitable to hold 15 to 20 students while maintaining social distancing. If less than 9 of my students remain online after we go back in person, how am I going to keep them safely apart? In addition, my classroom has tables, not desks, where students sit inches apart from each other. Is there a plan to purchase desks to keep my students safely apart? When I look up my school's zip code on the county website, I have been seeing that we are still high risk or medium risk, depending on when I've looked. I understand that my students live in more than the zip code my school is in, but it's not encouraging. I have been away from my friends and family since March. I have not been going to bars or eating in restaurants. I have made many sacrifices this year and don't feel I should be asked to sacrifice anymore. My husband is considered high risk, so I am taking this very seriously. Please consider delaying our return until we are seeing stronger numbers showing us that it is safer to return. Thank you, Nicole Goodwin. Number 17. Good evening, my name is Jen Maurer and I'm a second grade teacher and a mother. Returning to in-person teaching with my students brings upon many questions and concerns. The first being, not if I catch COVID-19, but when. What will happen? Being a high-risk person, I could potentially be admitted into the hospital for treatment. So let me paint you the picture. One day, while at school with my students, someone who has COVID-19, who may not know because not everyone shows symptoms, comes in contact with myself. I continue to teach my students, go home to my family, and live my life. Then the weekend comes along and I start to have a hard time breathing. I try to use my inhaler to help and get plenty of rest, but that doesn't seem to work. By Sunday night, I'm admitted into the hospital and put on a ventilator. My class is without a teacher and possibly exposed, and my family has been exposed and at risk. My 2-month-old with a small immune system is now without her mother. I will be separated from my family and unable to see them while in the hospital. My daughter would have to use formula and be without the comfort of her mother. Worst case scenario, I die from COVID-19 because people made the decision that affects thousands of teachers, students, and families, but doesn't affect themselves. My daughter Amelia would grow up without her mother. I want you to please consider putting yourself in our shoes. If you were us, would you feel safe returning to school in a classroom where every day you risk being exposed to a potential life-threatening virus that you could bring home to your loved ones? Would you be able to forgive yourself if you gave it to a family member and have them be hospitalized or die? I don't think I could. The language of this plan cannot have words like if feasible or when possible. This language leaves the possibility of loopholes that district can use to get away with not social distance or going over the recommended number of students in the classroom. There needs to be strict guidelines with precise language that must be followed for everyone's safe and well-being. Thank you for your time. Number 18 is from Alex Frost. Hello, I'm a Phoenix educator and community member, and I have learned about the plan to re-enter schools, specifically at Garfield Elementary. I want to say that going back to campus is a healthcare emergency waiting to happen, but I do believe you're going to do that anyway. So I'll focus instead on the horror that we'll be simultaneously learning. If virtual learning is proving to be inaccessible for your population or disengaging, how will students watching a live stream of teachers teaching a group of students be more engaging? How will students be expected to keep up when the teacher will be far away, making eye contact with a different audience and from behind a mask and apparently plexiglass? How are teachers expected to teach two different audiences at once and achieve better results? How is this more accessible to students? How is it more equitable? How is this addressing the trauma of the pandemic and its ripple effects? Where is the SEL for students and teachers? This is a bad option, and you did not seek opinions from teachers on how you would return to campus. Are your teachers not people too? Give them a say. Nothing about us without us. Try again. Alex Frost. Number 19 is from Felina Rodriguez. Good evening, Dr. Diaz, Superintendent Weeks, and governing board members. As a PECTA member and new educator in the district, I cannot wait to see my students and hope for things to be normal. At first, I was enthusiastic to say that I wanted to go back, as I know distance learning is inherently inequitable. However, upon learning about the simultaneous learning plan, I vehemently oppose returning to school unless it is a full and safe return. We are spending weekends, late evening hours, and much of our early mornings planning lessons, hosting office hours, calling families, and grading papers. On top of that, we got orders from our principals this week to make phone calls regarding schools reopening during the same week that we must prepare for parent-teacher conferences and finalize progress reports. We are exhausted. It is clear decisions are being made for us and our students without either of our voices at the table. While distance learning is inequitable, I guarantee you simultaneous learning will be even worse. Expecting us to be able to fully engage online learners while also focusing on our in-person students on top of our usual teacher workload will result in more teacher burnout and likely resignations. This reopening plan is nothing short of half-assed attempt to return students and teachers to school. Clear transparency and communication is needed in order for survey data and interview data to be valid. I am not alone when I say that I would have said no to reopening if I had been told this was the reopening plan from the beginning. Allow us to be involved in the solution. We are the ones in the classroom. I challenge the district leadership making these reopening decisions to do one simple thing: switch places with us. Teach our online classes, make our plans, follow our pacing guides, then try your own reopening plan as a way to model it for us. Then talk to us if this plan is feasible. Thank you. Number 20 is from Valerie Plancart. Dear members of the board, I respectfully disagree with the decision to reopen our schools for in-person learning at this time for the following reasons. Number one, our present protocols for social distancing are inadequate. We are not able to guarantee we will stay within the guidelines of 6 feet. In fact, I read the words "when possible," referring to 6 feet, giving a false sense of assurance. Our classrooms are not large enough to accommodate 6 feet between students. Number two, many of our students also have asthma, allergies, diabetes, and some have heart conditions. We are considering reopening at the beginning of poor air quality and allergy season. These conditions weaken the immune system and they would be at risk. Number three, I am older and have asthma. I want to live. My uncle, who is a few years older than me, didn't survive COVID-19. The risk is too great. Number four, we do not have a vaccine yet or a cure. The present cure is limiting exposure or, for some, death. Why not wait a couple months for the vaccine to take effect, providing there is one? I love my students, my coworkers, and my district. We are the greatest. However, I think we should wait and err on the side of caution when it comes to potential exposure to COVID-19. It is too deadly and not worth the risk. Respectfully, Valerie Plancart.
Number 21 comes from Andrea Shores, Governing Board of PESD number 1. My name is Andrea Shores and I'm a teacher at Dunbar. I have been a district employee for 30 years. This year, I have had a class of 37 third graders. While it has been a challenge learning how to teach online, we have come a very long way the past 6 weeks, and I can't begin to tell you how proud I am of my kids and what they have accomplished. My reason for this letter is to tell you that I do not feel safe returning to school and in-person learning. Our community is not out of the woods yet, and I worry that returning to school too soon would be detrimental to both students and staff. What if I get sick and infect one of my kids? Or if one of the kids get sick and infect me? I tested positive for COVID in August, about 2 weeks into the school year. And although I had a mild case compared to others, it was still a scary time for my family and for me. I did everything right. I was in quarantine, I wore a mask, I washed my hands, and I still got it. I was so grateful to be at home and not worrying about if I infected others. There are too many variables to take into account. I think we should follow the lead of our neighboring district, Phoenix Union, and stay online until January. Why are we returning when it's not safe? Please keep the safety of our students and staff in mind when you are making your decision. Thank you, Andrea Shores. Number 22 is from Melissa Mayer Mata. Dear PESD number 1 board members, my name is Melissa Mayer Marta, and I am a 6th, 7th, and 8th grade math teacher at Dunbar Elementary School. I have spent a lot of time considering the plan that has been proposed about returning to in-classroom learning. I appreciate that our district is not forcing any child to attend on campus and is giving parents the right to choose what is best for their particular situation. As someone with multi pre-existing conditions that are adversely impacted by COVID-19, and I am very concerned that the current plan of the school being reopened does not afford the teachers at Dunbar Elementary the same opportunity to freely choose whether to return or not. In our staffing meeting, we were told that if we decide not to return to in-person learning, that we would be referred to HR and that it would end the extended FMLA and potentially termination. We were not given the alternative options for staying online as previously expressed at the beginning of the year. When I asked what the plan was if any of our teachers decided not to return to in-person learning, our principal stated that Dunbar would be consolidated with another school. I am very grateful that the board was willing to act in favor of our students at Dunbar when our school was previously threatened to close months earlier. For this to be suggested again, only with it being pinned on whether whatever teachers decide to not return is heart-wrenching and manipulative. I hope that the board will address this further so that no teacher feels pressure to teach in-person classes and that they are letting down their students and staff at Dunbar by causing it to close. Thank you for being willing to listen to so closely to the concerns of those affected by this pandemic. I have loved my time teaching at Dunbar, and I hope that I will be able to continue there for many years to come. So sincerely, Melissa, Mayor Martha. Number 23 comes from Julie Robbins. President Diaz stated in a previous school board meeting that she did not feel comfortable asking the students and staff to return to brick and mortar schools when she was not comfortable attending school board meetings in person. Please do not ask me and my colleagues to return to buildings filled with people until the board and the cabinet are willing to sit in the same room following the protocol that they are deeming safe for all. If you are not comfortable walking and talking, how can you expect our staff and students to follow your lead? Thank you, Julie Robbins. Number 24 is from Patricia Pearson. Dear governing board members, as you consider moving to opening our schools, it is important to consider so many factors that are at the forefront of this decision. We are living in the midst of a very serious pandemic that has brought education to a new level and stretched teachers, students, administrators, and staff to new heights in their abilities and perseverance to continue to grow and succeed. When this pandemic hit and we had to close our physical doors to students, we rallied together to find a way to continue what was necessary, protect our students, families, and ourselves while continuing to provide quality education. Teachers adapt and change better than most professions, and I can say that change is hard for me. So for me to have to say that I finally comfortable and my students are growing and learning every day is simply incredible. We made it work. I believe its consistency and stability is extremely important, and they have that at Kenilworth School. My incredible principal, Mr. Anthony, made a decision that impacted our school greatly in this area. I, along with 7 other teachers, moved up with the students. They created even more stability and consistency for our students. And isn't that what we want? A solid and consistent learning environment where students feel loved and safe and know what to expect each day when they come to school. Of course, I want to go back to my classroom and teach my kids. Believe me, that would be easier for everyone. However, I also want them safe. I want my colleagues safe, and I want to be safe. To maintain the safe and stable learning environment for our students, we must wait until safety is guaranteed. We do not need kids coming back to school for a week and then being sent home for 2 weeks every time a possible or positive case of COVID hits a building. This would cause too much chaos and instability for our families, staff, and students. Learning labs have been a prime example of that. We do not have enough employees to guarantee the safety protocol and proper sanitations will occur. What message are we sending when we are trying to do this with only 3 weeks before the start date? In 3 weeks, we have to gather the data from families and staff and prepare our schools. It is imperative that we keep our students and everyone safe when we reopen. Until we know that our schools are safe and stable environments for our students, we should stay online. The district is not prepared to reopen right now, and it would be very selfish to expect teachers teach both online and in person when both require many hours than the 35-hour contracted work week. I want to end this letter by sharing with you some of my experiences with the kids online.
I think that's
When-
right. We're at time, so if you could summarize summarize the end, that would be helpful. Thank you.
The end, our students deserve to be safe and protected, and we can only do that if we are discerned and sound judgment with a solid, realistic plan to reopen our schools. Thank you for our time and consideration in this matter. The 25th one comes from Rhiannon Ford. Dear Governing Board, my name is Rhiannon Ford and my son attends Kenilworth School for preschool. I am encouraging you to make a virtual option available for students who choose not to send their students back to in-person. I am an educator in the Phoenix Union High School District. My husband and I are both lucky and we are able to remain virtual in our jobs until at least January. And we will not be sending our son to in-person learning until it is safe to do so. While I appreciate that many parents must go back to work, I encourage you to make sure that it is safe for teachers and staff for those that must return back to school. Please provide PPE for students and staff who must wear to in-person learning. Thank you, Rhiannon Ford.
Number 26 is from Philip Helton. Hello, I do not believe the pandemic has been resolved enough to safely return to school in October. In fact, there have been recent outbreaks in schools across the valley. As a result, Phoenix Union High School District has announced they will remain fully online through Christmas break. Considering that Phoenix Elementary students feed into Phoenix Union, I think it would be in the best interest of families to keep these two districts aligned. Thank you, Philip Helton, Whittier parent. Number 27 is from David Vasquez. Good evening, Governing Board members, Phoenix Elementary, and the greater community listening in. My name is David Vasquez, and I have had the privilege of working with our K-4 EDP students for the past 7 years. A quick introduction for those of you who don't know our students with emotional disabilities. They are some of the brightest and most caring students in our district who have severe challenges with managing their anxieties and fears. These feelings manifest themselves into verbal and physical aggression. As we look at reopening our school sites, I'd like for us to consider what a safe return looks like for our special needs students and with specific needs in behavior management. I know my students escalate when the environment isn't predictable, and the unfortunate truth is that nothing about school opening is predictable. We are doing our best to identify and support our EDP students who truly are not able to access learning on a digital medium through appointment-based services, which are facilitated by our amazing instructional assistants and our behavior interventionists. Our students thrive when they feel safe and the environment is predictable. Through no one's fault, we can't answer yes to neither. Excuse me. The other unfortunate truth is what must happen when our students become physically escalated. It is our duty I'm sorry. I just have my lights go out, so just one moment, please.
And I am pausing.
Thank you. I just need to find myself here. Thank you. Let me start with the second paragraph. The other unfortunate truth is what must happen when our students become physically escalated. It is our duty to maintain safety, care, welfare, and security of our students, and therefore, there are times in which we must physically manage our students. I anticipate the number of physical management incidents to increase due to various factors: difficulty wearing masks, unpredictable consequences, pushing limits, and because our students lack those skills to cope and have challenges in communicating their feelings, needs, that we will not be able to adhere to social distancing protocols. In all of this, I want to commend our district leadership for putting together a safety task force which has not left any stones unturned and have explored all creative ideas in attempting to create an environment safe for learning. They are taking steps to provide our particular EDP department with all the PPE and exploring purchases of air filters. The additional challenge comes with appropriately staffing our program. We need to ensure that our staff stay with us, and at this time, they do not make a living wage. We cannot afford a revolving door. I believe we can secure staff during this time with hazard pay. I would recommend that we look at increasing appointment-based services for our struggling students with appropriate amount of staff who are willing and able to take the risk. I personally care for my father, a 74-year-old currently undergoing radiation for prostate cancer. For me, the risk is high. I lastly leave you with this. I had a parent text me to ask when our school's opening. I told him that our district is deciding this week The following text read, quote, "Do you think it's safe?" End quote. Our families trust us to keep their kids safe. A reopening is a yes. It's safe to return. It's a yes or no question. We are doing our best, but at this time, the answer is no. Thank you for your time and consideration. Number 28 is from Selena Alonso. The evidence is clear. We are not quite in a safe zone for reopening. I am a teacher in the Phoenix Union High School District, and my children attend Whittier. We need to stay online for at least one more quarter and reevaluate again in November. I am proud of the decision Phoenix Union has made, and I hope Phoenix Elementary will do the same. Selena Helton. Number 29, Superintendent Weeks and Governing Board members, thank you for the opportunity to submit my comments regarding the return to school plan. I appreciate all the work done on developing this plan. While I appreciate the plan, I believe it is a bit premature to suggest an option to return to the classroom for students, teachers, and staff, while a majority of the zip codes in our district are still very high in cases. I understand the health and safety measures that will be established for a safe return, but many of our families are multi-generational households, and the probability of contamination in the household will be high. I also believe that the conversation alone may be misleading to some families that it is okay to return to school. I ask that we continue online learning till cases decline for 2 consistent weeks in the majority of the district zip codes. Thank you, Jessica Bueno. Number 30 is from Reginald Carrillo. Dear Superintendent Larry Weeks and Phoenix Elementary Governing Board, my name is Reginald Carrillo. I am an educator and resident in the community. I understand that today is a work study session on the opening of schools. I want to first say thank you for the decisions you have made regarding school closures up to this point. I believe your decision to close schools helped to keep COVID cases from increasing in our school and Phoenix community. You showed leadership for our students and educators when there was none at the state level. I am submitting a public comment to oppose the current October 19th in-person reopening plan. The state of the pandemic is still ongoing. This means that as our public health system grapples with getting this pandemic under control, the lives of our students and educators will be put at risk. We must not choose economy over students and teachers. Phoenix L has a population that serves a majority of students of color and families of color. We know that this pandemic has had an especially deadly impact on communities of color. 75% of children that have died of COVID-19 have been Black, Latino, or Indigenous. As an educator, I understand that online learning has exacerbated the inequities in our education system, but I also know that these educational inequities pale in comparison to the possible amount of lives we will lose through disease transmission if we reopen to a regular 8-hour school day, especially with the state of the pandemic right now. I'm also concerned with the position we will be putting educators in by forcing them to return when they do not feel the school is adequately prepared to provide a safe, secure, and hygienic environment for them inside the classrooms. We know that more than anything, the virus is airborne, and to have a perceptible impact on creating a safe environment for our students and educators, we would need to retrofit our schools and ensure our ventilation is aligned with the CDC guidelines. In order for us to wholly satisfy the needs of our students and staff, we need to focus beyond the benchmarks. Our schools need to ensure that we have ongoing funding for PPE for our staff and students, such as being able to provide ongoing disposable masks, ongoing testing, as well as wraparound services to support our families in crisis. We need to make sure that we are instilling confidence in our community by focusing on continuing to prepare for a safe return while still ensuring our distance learning plans are the best that they can be right now, so that students are not receiving various qualities of online education. I urge you to follow our neighboring Phoenix Union High School District and halt our in-person reopening plans until next year. Thank you.
Number 31 comes from Sandra Moultrie. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to express my feelings and thoughts on returning to school. While I recognize the disadvantage of the kids learning remote, such as the lack of social interactions with peers, issues with computer interruptions, difficulty learning through a computer, I still don't think it outweighs the risking anyone's health or life. Catching COVID-19 is real and no outcome is guaranteed for anyone's life. While we may have to deal with this pandemic for a while, I don't think it's in the best interest of the students or staff to risk being in close proximity when the numbers of the COVID-19 are still high. While students may not be learning as much as they could, we have to remember we're all in this together and we can overcome the obstacles in the future when the number of COVID-19 have decreased. Thank you. Number 32 comes from Kwan Martin. Hello, members of the governing board of Phoenix Elementary School District Number 1. My name is Kwan Martin. I am a self-contained special education teacher at Edison Elementary. I work in the with medically fragile students. Before I get started, I would like to say the burden and responsibilities to carry as a governing board is great, and I appreciate all of your efforts during the difficult and uncertain times with the COVID-19 pandemic. I understand that you are in the process of determining whether school will resume after the fall break. As a teacher, I am asking for you to consider postponing the start date to in-class instruction. I cannot assure my parents that their child will be safe. The use of mask is encouraging. However, the CDC does not recommend a mask for someone that cannot take off a mask by themselves. My students cannot take off a mask. They are not also nonverbal and cannot communicate when or if they are having a difficult time breathing with a mask on. With that in mind, our district nurse recommends that the students in my class not wear a mask, and I agree. My students have limited use of their hands and are not able to cover their mouths when they cough or sneeze. Some students have medical conditions in which saliva consistently comes out of their mouths. Bibs are used to catch the saliva. However, the staff assists students in wiping their mouths. Gloves are used and changed every time staff wipes the mouth of students, with this done multiple times an hour. Because students in my class are not recommended to use a face mask, I am not sure how staff can be safe and stay healthy. Students in my class will not be safe since they cannot wear a mask or cover their mouth when they sneeze or cough. My classroom is classified as medically fragile because the students have many medical conditions. When the students get sick from cold or flu, they are out for days and sometimes hospitalized. God forbid if they get COVID-19. I cannot imagine how long it would take for them to recover, if at all. My classroom students require hands-on learning. My students are also in wheelchairs and must be repositioned every 2 hours. Staff deal with the bodily fluids, running noses, saliva, urine, feces, etc. I have been assured by the district nurse and special education director that PPE, such as masks, gloves, gowns, will be provided. Still, I am not sure that it is enough to keep everyone safe, especially since students in my classroom are not able to wear a mask or cover their mouth. Another concern I have is big equipment that are used and shared with students in my class and other self-contained classrooms at Edison, such as changing tables, gate trainers, standers, tumble forms, etc. Staff is good about wiping down equipment. However, the concern of COVID-19 is still there. Everything that I mentioned is not only a concern for my classroom, but also my self-contained classroom at Edison. With that being said, I am suggesting that the online model for Phoenix Elementary School District Number 1 be implemented until at least January of 2021. Hopefully, by then, COVID-19 will be under control and everyone can feel confident knowing everyone will be safe. Thank you for your time, Kawana Martin. Number 33 comes from Aaron Furix. Good evening, board members and cabinet. My name is Aaron Furix, and I am speaking on behalf of PECTA as co-president. I want to thank the board and administration for providing the opportunity to review and discuss opening our school safely. After spending time reviewing the safety measures of our school, or of our staff and students, I don't think we have yet come to a place where students and teachers can return to work, knowing their safety is a top priority. We need to put the guidelines from the CDC and the county reopening guidelines as the only safe way to return to our campuses. I personally and many of my colleagues have heard the numerous occasions that the Phoenix Elementary School District is in the green. This is not accurate information that implies we are opening based off of the experts. Okay, our school district is still yellow on the Maricopa County School reopening dashboard. It is extremely concerning that this information is being passed around inaccurately to employees and families. We would like more time spent reviewing what our classrooms will look like once we return. What we see working in our communities is to social distance and wear masks. It is our understanding as teachers and school that schools are not guaranteed socially distancing learning while will always take place, and that we could have up to 18 students in a classroom. These are not acceptable guidelines to send our students and staff back. PECTA requests that the following measures are reached before we return to our campuses. First, that every zip code in which our schools are located is in the green for 2 consecutive weeks. Second, there are many opportunities for families' voices to be heard through the school survey. Third, class sizes are kept within 13 to 15 students with a hard cap of no more than 16 students in one room. Thank you for your time and make sure our schools only reopen under safe conditions. Number 34 is from Zane Dickey. My name is Zane Dickey. I am a social studies teacher at Dunbar Elementary School, grades 6 through 8. As we consider reopening our schools, we must be thoughtful that there is not yet a vaccine for the coronavirus 19. Exposing our students, staff, and local and global communities is extremely dangerous and risky. The numbers are rising again in Europe, which is an indicator that of what could happen here very soon if we are not careful. ASU and the Phoenix Union have decided to go online until January of 2021, as many have other universities and schools. Flu season is upon us, and the cold season means that the possibility of higher transmission rates and perhaps trickier assessments between COVID and the flu. Asking the teachers and staff to return face-to-face too quickly could actually result in a higher infectious rate at a time when we need our numbers to flatten. Reacting too fast, given so many unknown variables, and in an environment dealing with the youth can also increase anxiety, stress, and the reality that students, teachers, and parents could be spreading the virus to others within our community for whom we all care so deeply about. The fact that we do not yet have the effects of having COVID-19, and because there is not yet a vaccine, should influence our decisions on how to proceed cautiously and compassionately, which is a reflection of how we care for one another and look out for one another during these difficult times. Respectfully, Zane Dickey, the resource, The New York Times. Number 35 is from April Pettit. Good evening, my name is April, and I am a special areas teacher and EL interventionalist at Dunbar Elementary. This is my 13th year at Dunbar and my 18th year in the district. Last year, I stood before the board pleading to keep Dunbar open. Now I'm asking you to reconsider opening for in-person instruction and asking you to consider staying online until January. Teaching online, especially a performing art, is not easy. However, the students and I are in a groove and the results are beyond all expectations. Because I essentially see the entire student population twice in 1 week, I am exposed to and exposing more than 250 children a week. I am incredibly proud to be a Dunbar Dragon. It is an honor and privilege to be a part of the Dunbar community, and it really is a community. However, I also have my own family. I do not want to have to choose between my Dunbar family and the safety of my spouse, children, and aging parents. Because of the sheer number of students I see in a single day, my exposure risk is high. Even with all the mitigations and procedures in place, it is still a risk. The safest option for both students and staff is to follow the lead of the Phoenix Union and stay online until January, when we can reevaluate. Thank you so much for your time, April.
Thank you. Was that the last community communication?
No, it's not. We're on number 36,
Oh.
and we have 47 communications. So number 36 is from Dr. Alicia Vink. Good evening, and thank you for your time. My son is currently attending classes online. I am incredibly grateful for the work our teachers, staff, and administrators continue to put in for our Phoenix Elementary students and families. Online learning is a platform that could continue to give students who would typically struggle in person an option to stay enrolled in the district, and I'm hopeful the district will continue to offer this for years to come. Our teachers have put in a tremendous amount of effort, and families are working hard to adjust as well. We have an opportunity for our teachers and students to master the online platform, and I believe we should continue working online. COVID vaccines are not available yet. The virus is still active in our communities and disproportionately affecting Black and Brown families. In the event it cannot be avoided and a small subset of students are back on campus, individual teachers should not be expected to teach both online and in person. If families have a choice to be in person or online, teachers should too. As we continue to adjust to online learning, our district needs to provide support so teachers can adapt the best practices for online learning, implement PBIS in a way that is consistent with the flexibility families need during this time, and the guidelines put out by the program, and implement equitable grading rubrics and testing plans for all students across the district. Respectfully, Dr. Alicia B. Number 37 is from David Jones. Good evening, Governing Board. My name is David Jones, and I'm father of 4 children, 3 of them currently enrolled at Edison Elementary. I received a phone call from my 4th grade daughter's school today inquiring whether or not she would be returning to school after fall break. Here is my response to the teacher. At best, I feel that a hybrid system might work, but only if infection rates are trending down and are low. As it stands currently, the rest of the world seems to be experiencing a resurgence of infections and subsequently reinstituting lockdowns and quarantining procedures. If data shows that COVID-19 testing percentages are high while infection rates are low, then returning to the in-person classroom seems reasonable. However, if data shows that infection rates are low or declining, yet COVID-19 testing in those areas is also low and declining, then it seems plausible that the low rates of infection are correlating to low rates of testing. Therefore, the data should be further scrutinized. I do not feel that the current data, when properly scrutinized, supports low coronavirus transmission. Ultimately, I do not think it is safe for my kids and their teachers to return to in-person class at this time. Thank you for your time and consideration. Number 38 is from Anita Knapp. To whom it may concern, I am writing in as a concerned educator regarding the proposed reopening plans at a school in your district. I have learned that leadership at this school is proposing that teachers teach simultaneously in person and virtually as student groups are brought back to campus in phases over the next few months. To say this is an absurd proposal is an understatement. I have also learned that teachers at this school were not asked for input regarding the reopening plans. If they had been, I am sure that a proposal that requires teachers to double duty and teach via 2 mediums while being held to the same professional standards as normal would not have been suggested. Asking this of your teachers puts undue strain on them during an already incredibly stressful time. They have spent the last 2 months learning entirely new professional skills as they have tried to teach their students to the best of their ability in a virtual environment. If you approve the simultaneous teaching plan, you will be asking them to take on more than they already have. And if I were a teacher in your district, which I am thankfully not, I would quit under these conditions. I suggest that district leadership tell this school's leadership to go back to the drawing board regarding their reopening plans and actually ask for educator input this time around. Ask the people who will actually be working in the classrooms what they want and will need as the school transitions back to in-person learning. Thank you for your consideration. Number 39 is from Caitlin Fasano. Hello, esteemed cabinet and board. My name is Caitlin Fasano, and I am a special education resource teacher at Hurd School. I'd like to start off by acknowledging that nobody in this meeting tonight is in an enviable position, and I thank you for your hard work and commitment to the position. In my position as a teacher and as the team lead, I've watched students and teachers really struggle with the transition to distance learning. Teaching online is hard for a lot of us and is almost an insurmountable hurdle for our most at-risk populations. I do understand the sense of urgency when deciding how and when to reopen. I want nothing more to be in my classroom with my children. It breaks my heart to see some of them lose skills that we fought for years to master. This is honestly one of the hardest things I've had to do. I still don't know if all of that is worth the risk that comes with reopening. I was all geared up to reopen when the questions were first posed, but when I started thinking more deeply about it and doing more research, I found that teachers and parents are woefully unprepared to make an informed decision because information is still not easily accessible or even completely available. There are still so many questions that are answered with "I don't know." I've also found that special populations have not been fully considered when building whatever reopening plans we do have, and I found that some critical CDC recommendations are being foregone because they are not easily attainable and would prevent us from opening up right now. It is my sincerest hope that everyone in the room tonight and regarding this decision with wisdom and clarity. It is my hope that everyone in the virtual room is looking at facts and data and what is truly needed to keep our children and staff safe. I hope you will not be rushing a decision and implementing poorly thought out plans because we want normal. We need to decide if normal is more important than alive or even more important than just safe. Thank you, Caitlin Fasano. Number 40 is from LaToya Jones. Good evening, President Dr. Diaz, Governing Board, and Superintendent Weeks. I am LaToya Jones, educator and parent in this district. I have a few concerns that I would like to address before our school's impending reopening. This week, we educators were encouraged to call each of our parents and ask whether or not they would consider sending their child to school if schools do open. Before I am able to do that, I would like to know what precautions the district is taking to ensure the students' safety. In reading the mitigation plan, it states, due to the size of a classroom or the furniture used in a classroom, 6 feet of physical distancing may not be possible. If this is the case, what do I tell parents? If your child may or may not be 6 feet away from his or her classmate because we may or may not have the space to do so, I would certainly like to give them a more clear-cut answer. Personally, as a parent, I will not be sending my 3 children back to the classroom. I am fortunate to have a spouse working from home who can manage their online learning if I choose to return to the classroom. As a professional, I know I can navigate my way throughout the school day in my physical classroom, but I would have to accept the fact that I might bring this virus home, just like I brought home pink eye, strep throat, and the flu at various times throughout my 13 years of teaching. It's not stated in my job description that I'd be picking up germs from different families 8 hours per day, but it's a fact nonetheless. This year, however, is much different. This worldwide pandemic has taken hundreds of thousands of lives. Our push to return to normal negates the fact that we will never have normal back. And as COVID-19 cases are resurging around the world, our daily lives remain on hold. Much like our high school counterparts at Phoenix Union High School District, we need to make clear-cut decisions to give families and staff peace of mind. Receiving communications from Phoenix Union last week about their decision to remain online through the end of 2020 was a breath of fresh air. Conversely, the waiting and unclear communication from our own district has been unbearable and anxiety-inducing, especially as a teacher. Please consider the physical and mental well-being of teachers when you consider those same factors for our students and their families. Thank you for your time, LaToya Jones.
Number 41 comes from Deborah Woodrum. My name is Deborah Woodrum, and I teach kindergarten at Whittier. I am writing to share my concerns about our anticipated return to in-person learning on October 19th. At our staff meeting Monday, we were told that teachers were expected to be on campus as of October 12th. My colleagues and I asked about disinfecting protocols, keeping the air clean, and properly circulated PPE and crowded classrooms. Our concerns were brushed off with "we'll talk about that later," or "the district doesn't really know yet." This alarming level of uncertainty is unacceptable during a global pandemic that has already killed 200,000 Americans. While initial reports said that children are immune to COVID-19, we have learned that this is not the case. 1 in 3 children hospitalized with the virus end up in the ICU, a number that matches what we see in adult patients. What's more, we have learned that Black and Brown children are disproportionately affected by COVID-19. Hispanic children are 8 times more likely, and Black children 5 times more likely to be hospitalized than white children. These aren't just numbers, these are our students. Yes, other districts are opening, but not without incident. We must show our kids more consideration than others have shown theirs. We cannot afford to gamble with their precious lives. The protocol as currently displayed on the district website is insufficient. The focus is on disinfecting surfaces when we now know that the format transmission is not the primary way people catch COVID-19. The danger is when a child sneezes into the air and his aerosolized droplets enter my nose or mouth, where is the talk about updating our HVAC system and installing air purifiers? Wiping down the doors handles after lunch isn't going to protect us from deadly airborne viruses. I have lupus and rheumatoid arthritis and take medications to suppress an overactive immune system. My body cannot mount the immune responses needed to fight off a viral infection. My best bet for surviving COVID-19 is not to get COVID-19. I feel like I am being offered the choice to resign or die. I think Phoenix Elementary can do better than that for the teachers who have faithfully served the district for nearly 2 decades. Depending on those whose math are looking at, it is likely that at least one teacher on each campus will die of COVID-19. Before you make this decision, I want you to name that person. Not just a vague statistical one person might die, but I want you to name a person on each campus that you don't mind burying. I want you to say, Miss Woodrum, would you probably die? But we've decided that that's okay. If you want to send us back into those buildings before you make sure it's safe to return, you must be willing to say those names with deep appreciation for your time and consideration, Ms. Woodrum. Number 42 is from Nick Martin. Good evening, Governing Board and Dr. Weeks. My name is Nick Martin, and I am a community member of the Phoenix Elementary School Board candidate. Thank you for your time and consideration you have put into the reopening plan. Evident throughout the plan are considerations to provide quality education and equitable opportunities for all students. The current climate around schools reopening and the health risks attributed have created a position in which the board has to make extremely difficult decisions, a position that most don't envy. So thank you. While reading the reopening plan, a few thoughts and questions came to mind that I hope are addressed throughout this process. First is the role of science. As everyone anticipates the return to in-person instruction, health must be the top priority and science the guide. While dates are important to discuss and anticipate, I hope that the board will still reevaluate every decision through the metric. Emotions are high during this time, but a collective commitment to science and the recommendation of health officials can be the stabilizer. Second is the surveys conducted with only 52% of the enrollment responding to the survey. That leaves out a majority section of our communities. Moving forward, I hope that the strategies and procedures are put into place and to pursue those who did not complete the survey and reevaluate the data accordingly. Also, according to the interview data in the presentation, concerns that still arise the variability between and within schools and lack of understanding about current protocols. With decisions being made every day and minute by minute, communicating clearly and concisely to our teachers and staff must remain a top priority. Finally, the recommended instructional approach. It is great to see the Phoenix Elementary is providing options for families whether to return in person or remain online. With each unique situation, choices are crucial. Some questions I have pertaining to the teacher in the district. 1, have teachers been provided the choice about returning or remaining online? 2, the mitigation strategies. What mitigation strategies will be put into place to prevent teacher burnouts as they navigate teaching in person and online? 3, how will the proposed instructional model prevent students who remain online from left out or not given the same attention as those in person? As a teacher, I am having to navigate teaching in person and online at the same time. All I can say, it is the most difficult challenge I have faced in my career so far. From my experience, I believe it is important that teachers feel safe, are provided with every possible tool and resource to help them with teaching, and that policies and procedures are clear, concise, and inconsistent. Teachers are wearing many hats and juggling many responsibilities. Taking things off of their plate and providing them with support will allow them to focus on what is important, learning and health. I look forward to the presentation tonight and thank you for taking on this paramount task. Thank you, Nick Martin. Number 43 comes from Christian Snyder. Hello, I wanted to voice my concerns about returning to school. My main worry is safety for the students as well as for teachers. I have high-risk family members and will need to cease seeing them in order to work with my students in person. I don't know how much time I have left with these family members, and I can't risk exposing them to the virus, which they would not survive. As a special areas teacher, I would be exposed to nearly the entire school body within 4 days. And if everyone were to contract COVID or have symptoms, I would be a carrier throughout that time. I don't want to be the reason my students or their families become ill, let alone contract the virus myself. I worry about our students and what their family lives may be like. We may have a plan to keep them safe from the virus at school, but that can only be as effective as how careful students and their families are outside of school. We have many whose parents are essential workers and do not have the choice to stay home. At school, exposing the students to one another, even with masks and social distancing, we risk exposing them and teachers to everyone that their families come in contact with. We currently teach online, and I'm finally seeing the success with students adjusting to this method of teaching. Students have started to fall into a rhythm where they understand and can follow their routines. As soon as we send them into the school, we are losing all that progress and end up starting from square one. I worry that moving back to in-person teaching will penalize students that may choose to stay online. With the current plan in place, all energy and resources would go to in-person learning, while those who stay online would be the ones that slip through the cracks. I want so badly to be able to teach my kids in the classroom, but not at the risk of their learning, our health, and all our families. Please don't make us go back. I want to teach my students in person, but it is too safe and not yet safe. Thank you, Christian Snyder. Number 44 comes from Jay Barbudo. Good evening, President Diaz, members of the board, Dr. Weeks, members of cabinet, and all those listening at home. My name is Jay Barbudo, and I am the extremely proud co-president of PECTA. Let me be clear as I can possibly be. We want to come back to school. We want to be in our classrooms with our students, no questions asked. All we ask is for some safety. This is what PECTA is recommending to the board in regarding to reopening. Our first recommendation is to meet health benchmarks as set by the Arizona Department of Health Services. Each area code where our schools lay must be in the green for 2 consecutive weeks. In the green refers to percent positivity, cases per 100,000 people, and COVID-like illnesses. Area codes that are needed to be in the green are 85006, 85034, 85003, 85007, 85009, and 85015. Our second recommendation is to ensure students and staff safety when it comes to classroom sizes by practicing social distancing and making it a requirement when it comes to the class size, not fitting more kids than is safe to do in a given area. Our last recommendation is to include parent voices. Schools will, to the best of their ability, contact as many parents as possible to gauge where they stand in the regards to sending their students back to campus. What we are asking isn't radical, it's common sense. Please consider adding these to your requirements for reopening. Stay safe, and we look forward to watching tonight's discussion. Jay Barbudo. And number 45 comes from Alni Torres Blanco. Good evening, board members. I'm a teacher in the district, and I would like to express my concerns about returning to in-person schooling. I do not agree with the decision to return to school in person. I believe that it will endanger our families and our staff. Many argue that children may not contract the virus as easily or be hospitalized because of the virus, but facts show that children of all ages can 100% be infected by the virus. Children are also able to be asymptomatic and transfer the virus to other children and to adult staff. In fact, 50% of transmission come from an asymptomatic person. This means that even though allow we will not allow visually ill children on campus, many may be asymptomatic, which could lead to a spread like wildfire. Every campus has irreplaceable people, and exposing us to the possibility of this deadly virus seems cruel, especially since we have an online system that is actually starting to feel comfortable. I love what I do. I have worked with kids for most of my adult life. I and my colleagues came into the position to educate and shape young minds. We did not sign up to risk our lives when it is preventable. Like many, I am terrified and that I will bring home the virus to my senior mom or my beautiful 1-year-old daughter or anybody else in my community. We should be excited about work, not scared. To end with, as you know, ASU started in-person lessons, had hundreds of teachers and students infected, and had to shut back down. Why take the chance? Our district should follow the steps of Phoenix Union High School districts. Brave lead, and at least push back opening our schools until January. Then we may be closer to a vaccine or another solution. Thank you very much for your time. Only Torres Blanco.
Number 46 is from Brianna Scott. During online learning, my typical work week is about 70 hours. This is what is needed to effectively teach online as a special education teacher. And still, I support continuing online learning fully virtually. Is it easy? No. Is it safe? Yes. I was so relieved to be employed with a district that took appropriate steps to prioritize safety this school year. However, all of the hard work of transitioning to fully online is at risk of being erased by a premature in-person return. I am concerned that schools are not equipped to control COVID-19, as shown in cases with schools opening up for in-person learning nationwide. I am concerned about inadequate ventilation, inability to social distance, lack of supplies and PPE, and short staff. I am concerned that Arizona is facing the worst teacher shortage it has ever seen, with 751 teachers resigning since August 31st, 2020, when other states like New York have admitted that the only way they can introduce in-person learning is if they can hire 4,500 additional teachers. I am concerned for students who share their fears of leaving the house because of COVID-19. I am concerned for grandparents who are students' sole caretaker. I'm concerned that Texas schools reported more than 4,500 cases in students and staff since reopening. I'm concerned that a 28-year-old third grade teacher in South Carolina died from COVID-19 less than 2 weeks after reporting to her campus. I am concerned that countless schools across the nation have had to close back down after starting remotely, prohibiting the routine and structure that students crave. I am concerned that teachers are being asked to follow unreasonable expectations. I am concerned that special education students may not be given the same choice as their general education peers to continue with online instruction. I am concerned that death will be lurking as a possibility anytime I step on campus. I am concerned about the level of anxiety students and staff will face. I am concerned that the long-term effects of COVID-19 are not yet clear, and research shows heart damage may be among them. I am concerned that staff and family surveys were not made easily accessible for all. I am concerned that the COVID-19 numbers in PESD neighborhoods are still alarming. I am concerned the district may make a decision that will leave me wondering if I can continue in this position. I am concerned. Brianna Scott. And number 47 is from Rebecca Moreno. My name is Rebecca Moreno, and I am a parent of a child in the first grade at Magnet Traditional School. My question to the district school board members is, why is the district allowing the students to eat inside the classroom when the CDC stated, quote, there is a growing evidence that droplets of airborne particles can remain suspended in the air and be breathed in by others and travel distances beyond 6 feet, for example, during choir practice in restaurants or in fitness classes. In general, indoor environments without good ventilation increase the risk, end quote. Scientists wrote that these studies have shown quote, beyond any reasonable doubt, the viruses are released during exhalation, talking, coughing in micro droplets small enough to remain aloft in the air, end quote. I, as a parent with a child that has asthma, is concerned about the district's decision in allowing unsanitary measures by allowing students to eat inside the classroom when they return to in-person schooling. President Diaz, that concludes the community communications for this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffries. And thank you to our community members who took the time to write to us. We were all taking notes, and these are definitely things that we take to heart and consider. We are not able to respond to your comments individually. We do have to move on to our agenda. So with that, we will go ahead and move on to item A5, receiving and discuss the plan.
Madam Chair. Dr. Diaz,
Yes.
might I suggest we take a short break? As we've been sitting for a long time. I'm sure people at home would like to take a little stretch break, and I know the folks around here would like to take a stretch break. So what time do you have?
9.
I have 7:43.
Yes. So should we do?
You want to come back 7:50?
Yes, that works for me.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
See you in
Okay, it is 7:50. Since this, Dr. Weeks, since this is not a board meeting, do we have to do anything official or can we just jump right back in? Is he back? Miss Almy, do you know the answer to that question?
We didn't like adjourn or anything, so you can just start. You can resume.
Okay, sounds good. All right, well, we will go ahead and resume to item A5. Not sure who is leading that.
President Diaz, I believe Dr. Weeks wanted to make some opening comments, so if we could just wait for him to return.
Okay, sounds good.
Dr. Diaz, I have a question before we start as well, and that's probably best directed at whoever is presenting this. But as far as questions go, should we be asking them as they come up and as they relate to what's being presented, or are we saving them all to the end? Just kind of wanted to get a gauge on that.
Is that, I mean, I'm personally fine with asking questions throughout the presentation. I don't know if staff had a different idea for how this might flow.
I'm hoping Dr.
Oh.
McLaughlin will chime in. I don't know if she heard the question.
I did, Dr. Brown. I was going to say that we will do whatever the board's pleasure is. So if the board wants to ask questions as we go along, that's absolutely fine.
Yep, that would be my preference. And then I did want to leave some time at the end if board members wanted to have any concluding thoughts. I know I have some, which I definitely want to save until the end because this discussion may certainly influence it.
Sorry about that, Madam Chair, members of the board. I had some technical difficulties. I had to be my own tech support here.
No problem.
So-
Dr. Weeks, did you have any comments that you wanted to share before we jump into the presentation?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I just want to remind folks that tonight is a work study session. The board will not be making a vote of any kind on a plan to reopen schools. This is merely a way to elicit some additional feedback, hear comments from the community, have some dialogue with the governing board, and that on the 24th, we anticipate bringing an action item to the governing board that may or may not look like what we present tonight. So I want folks to just to have that clear expectation. The purpose of tonight, as I said, is to lay out a plan. But, you know, Madam Chair, I'd like to start with a couple of celebrations. I think even though we've been at this for a while, I think that celebrations are always a good way to start some dialogue. Would you mind if I make a couple of celebratory announcements for our district?
No, not at all.
Perfect. I'd like to first celebrate Principal Adrian Walker. Adrian Walker has received the Exemplary Principal Award from the Maricopa County School District Superintendent's Office. How about that? Can we get a woohoo for Mr. Walker? How about that? Yay! And Mr. Superintendent Watson was in our Zoom meeting this morning, and it was a complete surprise to Mr. Walker. And there were probably 50 odd folks on the Zoom call, and it was just a great celebration. The Magnet Traditional School team and Principal Walker really deserve all the credit for this, and it's a big kudos for our district. There's not many who received this award, and Principal Walker was one of them. So we want to celebrate him. The second is Kenilworth School celebrated its 100th year of tireless opening year after year after year. It's the longest run that we're aware of, the longest running school in public education that has been consistently opened in September of 1920. And here we are again, 100 years later. Principal Mr. Anthony and the Kenilworth team did a fantastic job of celebrating. There was lots of giveaways. They had inclusion of the business partners. I had an opportunity to head out to Kenilworth yesterday and say hi to some folks. They had lots of music. I mean, everybody did everything properly, right? With social distancing and masking up and all of that. So I don't want to lead people in that wrong direction, but at the same time, it was a huge, huge celebration and nicely done in the middle of a pandemic. Now, Mr. Anthony challenged his students that if they could come up with 100 reasons why they love Kenilworth School, he would shave his head. And so what ended up happening was Mr. Anthony, and we have to get some pictures out. I'm sure they're on Facebook or social media. We have to show the back of Principal Anthony's head is etched with the Kenilworth school. So they shaved Kenilworth, the school, in the back of Mr. Anthony's head. It's really something to see. The barber who did this work did a fantastic job. Anyway, I think that in light of everything that's going on, we cannot avoid our opportunity to celebrate. So those are two huge celebrations. A big shout out to the Kenilworth team, a shout out to the Magnet team, and Principal Anthony, Principal Walker, and we just need more of those. And I'm happy to bring more and more to you as time goes on. Just a couple of housekeeping items, Madam Chair. I would suggest that I believe we're going to be here a while this evening. And if someone needs to get up out of their chair and do what they need to do, I think that we should all be free to do so. And so my suggestion would be if you have to take a little bit of a break and you have to leave the room, maybe shut your video and audio off for just a few minutes while you get that stretch break out, and make sure that we're all staying. We all can get just a little bit of exercise as we sit and go through tonight's work study session. And then finally, as we get into some questions, we're going to try to do our very best to answer all the questions that are asked this evening, but undoubtedly there will be some that we can't answer. If we could answer all the questions, I think we would be taking over Washington and running the show, but we're not. And so if there are questions that you have asked that can't be answered, we ask that you email them to us so that we can get them logged, and so we can do our very best to get them answered and bring them back to you as soon as possible. And those are my opening remarks, Madam Chair. I'm happy to move on with tonight's work study session.
Thank you.
And so we do have an agenda, kind of a layout of who is going to be speaking. And because of my technical difficulties, that list is gone. So I will turn it over to Dr. McLaughlin to kind of outline who will be speaking and presenting tonight. Dr. McLaughlin?
Certainly. Thank you, Dr. Weeks, President Diaz, governing board members, community members, audience listening in. We are going to share this evening a proposal for a return to in-person instruction. We are bringing this proposal to the board because we have families that have identified that distance learning is not working for their students, and we want to provide this choice for those families. We did supply the board with some challenges that we were having regarding distance learning in a written confidential update a couple weeks ago. Those challenges were brought to our attention by teachers who are letting us know that not all of our families are able to provide an environment at home that is conducive to learning. We are concerned about our students' social, emotional, and academic well-being as they are struggling with distance learning, specifically our most vulnerable populations, our students on an IEP, our monolingual students, our students that are not English proficient, our primary students who are struggling to navigate the technology. So we bring a plan to you, a proposed plan that we believe will support these students in their learning. Of course, it is aligned to our strategic plan goals, specifically these that are listed. And here is our agenda for this evening. We know this is a very important decision that our board needs to make. And so therefore we want to provide you with all of the specific data and the plans that we have in place. So we're going to start with just a review of timeline and the process. How did we get here? And I will review that with you. We have review of data. Mr. Lind will share Maricopa County and district COVID data. Dr. Brown will share family survey data. Dr. Victor Diaz will share return to work conversation results. Mr. Quintana will share health and safety mitigation plans. Dr. Brown will share the instructional model that we are proposing for a return to in-person instruction. Ms. Jeffries will share our communication plan. And then we have 4 principals that will share their plans for returning to in-person instruction, their plans that are specific to their schools. So we'll start with that timeline. So this week marks the 24th week, the 6th month rather, that we have been engaged in distance learning. On March 16th, Governor Ducey made his announcement that schools are closed, and we immediately stepped into action, all of us in the district. Teachers, students, families, district leaders, school leaders, we did what we had to do to ensure that our students continue to learn in the spring. In May, we formed 4 action teams that planned for the opening of the 2021 school year. Just to jog everybody's memory, we had the general education team, the special education team, the trauma-informed practices team, and the health and safety team. Those teams were composed of administrators, of teachers, of community members, and they made recommendations that came to the board for charting a course for a safe return to learning. The resulting handbooks, there were basically 2 of them, 2 parts. We have a teaching and learning handbook and a health and safety handbook, and those are found on our website. You can see that here in June 2020, the teaching and learning handbook and the health and safety mitigation plans. And then you can see all the updates that have gone to families about our charting a course for a safe return to learning. In July 1st, actually, we did a presentation to families about our health and safety mitigation plan. In August of 2020, we brought our distance learning plan to the board. The board approved our distance learning plan. We submitted that distance learning plan to ADE prior to the first day of school. That was a requirement in order to not risk losing any of our funding. On that distance learning plan, it does say that we plan to return in person on October 12th. Of course, that can be changed, and that's why we are here tonight discussing a proposed plan for returning to in-person instruction. So now if I can share a timeline about our journey to in-person instruction. Please hold while I find that. There we go. All right. So this timeline shows what we have done thus far and what we are proposing to do in the future. On September 8th, we sent out a family survey, and we also met with the principals to share how we would request principals and IEISs to engage in return to work conversations with each and every teacher. Those return to work conversations started on Wednesday the 9th. The family survey went out on the 8th. On Thursday the 10th, Cabinet reviewed the initial draft of our in-person instruction plan, what that might look like. On Monday the 14th, our principals and our ISs completed the return to work conversations. Our family survey data was looked at, but we continued to send that family survey out so that we could get more responses. On the 16th, the Cabinet had the final look at the in-person instruction plan, returning to in-person instruction plan. On the 17th, we held a design workshop with our principals where Dr. Victor Diaz took us through the design process. And our principals considered staffing models, scheduling, prototypes, and that's what our 4 principals will speak to you about tonight. On the 21st, our principals got feedback from their teachers on those plans and refined their plans accordingly. On Monday, the 21st through Wednesday, the 23rd, PPE is being delivered to the warehouse. That PPE was ordered way back in June when our health and safety plan was written. So PPE is being delivered to our schools.
Dr. McLaughlin, I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to clarify, this is Dr. Diaz. Just to clarify, the staff conversations, did staff already have, or were they already made aware of the return to in-person instruction draft or model?
No, because we had not finalized what that would look like yet. And Dr. Diaz will fill you in more about the return to work conversations.
Okay.
They were just an initial, how are you feeling about returning? And again, Dr. Diaz will go into the details. What would make you feel safe in order to return? They really were just a high level gauge, a pulse check, if you will, a temperature check, if you will.
Thank you.
This is Naomi. I also had a question there. The principals seeking feedback from staff on the specific plans for their school. I'm just curious about like what form that took and what access teachers had to that feedback.
Our teachers have site-based professional learning. They had site-based professional learning on Monday from 1 to 4. So our principals took part of that time to share their prototype, their proposed plan with their teachers and gather feedback from them.
Would that feedback have been just like audible feedback in the time of?
Yes.
And sorry, one follow-up to that. So would the principal's prototypes that they shared on the 17th or during this time, would they have included the details of this in-person return plan modified with site-specific details? Is that
Correct.
Is included? Okay.
Um, work study session was on the previous slide. Here we have Thursday will be the governing board meeting where you will approve or not our return to in-person instruction. On Friday the 25th, after the board meeting, HR will conduct a return to staff survey if appropriate. And if appropriate, schools will communicate out their plans to teachers starting on Monday the 28th and continuing. And Ms. Jeffries will share with you the communication plan.
Will we have this is Dr. Diaz, will our teachers have the opportunity to be surveyed again specifically on whether or not they feel comfortable returning given all of this different information? Or is there a way for the governing board to receive data on these different conversations principals just had with their staff?
Yes, Dr. Diaz will share data on those return to work conversations, and then Dr. Diaz will give more clarity on the purpose of that HR return to work staff survey on the 25th.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So then we are proposing a return to in-person instruction, a phased in-person instruction, and Dr. Brown will provide further details on the instructional model. But on the 19th, we'd like to bring our primary students back. They are the ones struggling the most on Monday the 19th. And then on November 2nd, our 4th through 8th graders would return. This would give our teachers the week of the 12th, where we are recommending that our teachers engage our students in asynchronous learning in the afternoons of the week of October 12th, so that they have each afternoon to ensure that their classroom is up and running. So I will now go back to the PowerPoint. Just give me a moment, please. Somebody give me a thumbs up, but hold on because I don't have your pictures. Can you see the slide that says return to work conversations? No, you cannot. Okay, hold on. Okay, I will turn this over to Dr. Diaz.
Excuse me, Madam President, members of the board, members of the cabinet, members of the community. Yeah, I can definitely share some information and answer some questions about a big component of this plan, which is our staffing. We know that the ability for us to meet our mission of ensuring success for all students, it starts and it ends with the really hard work of all of our staff, especially our educators. And so twice over the summer, we did a survey of staff to talk about the impact of COVID and to talk about their comfortability, their concerns. And we used that a couple times over the summer to refine and to work into our health and safety plans. For this go around, we wanted to do something that was a bit different because we wanted to get data or information that was, if you will, a bit more intimate. We know that this is a personal decision. This is there's a lot of factors that play into somebody's comfortability with returning to work. And the tension that we heard in some of those comments of understanding that this is important for students and students learning. At the same time, I have these other things in my life, in my family, in my home that I'm thinking about. And so we made the decision to engage staff in return to work conversations. It's very similar to what we do with stay interviews. We had 93.5% of our teachers retain last year. Our stay interview process is a big part of that strategy. And that's taking time in October, November to talk to folks about how things are going and how to make sure that they're going to stick around. So we did something similar to that, but instead of talking about returning next year and just how things are going, we use this as a chance to just talk about COVID. And so our principals met with about 95% of teachers, mostly in one-on-one conversations. A few principals did what they call campfires, where you might have 3 or 4 teachers that are sort of circled up. And then I believe one school did use the approach of actually sending a survey. But what we really wanted to do was to have these conversations so that leaders and their staff would have a chance to talk about the questions you see here. How comfortable are you given the protocols that are in place, and how can those protocols be improved? Given the current benchmarks, health benchmarks, how comfortable are you about returning to learning and teaching in person? And then which way are you leaning today? Very important for us though is which way you would be learning once the benchmarks are met. And then the last question we added on there, we heard anecdotally from teachers over the past several weeks that it's important for them to keep their current students. And so we wanted to get a real good sense of that. There's been this idea that, you know, those parents who want to send their kids and those teachers who are ready to come back, why don't we just partner them up and they open? But if we did that, you'd have massive shuffling of students and staff. And so we wanted to engage our teachers in a conversation about how important that was to them.
Dr. Diaz, I have a quick question. I think you already said this, but what does the 95% indicate?
That's roughly the amount of teachers who were engaged with through these return to work conversations.
Okay.
So going back to the timeline on Friday, we met with each principal individually and asked how many teachers they had talked to. Most indicated 100%, a few were a little lower than that. So we're eyeballing this at about 95% of our teachers had this conversation or this campfire or were given these questions in survey form. Dr. McGoffin, can you click to the next slide, please? So in terms of some of the results from these conversations, the notes from the conversations were uploaded into a database. The database was then anonymized. We did not look at names, we only looked at schools. And we coded data to get a sense of what way a person was leaning once the benchmarks are met. When we did that, what we saw is roughly 55% of conversations we would categorize as a hard yes or a lean yes based on their responses to these questions. About 35% are a hard no and a lean no. And I want to be clear about what hard no means there. More often than not, we did not see somebody just, kind of like drop the mic and say, no, I'm not coming back. But rather you could hear the difficulty in reaching the decision to say, no, I don't feel comfortable. Our teachers care. Our teachers care about their students and their work reflects that. And so to arrive at that conclusion is certainly a difficult thing. And then we have about 10%, and it's a substantial amount, that are on the fence and they're undecided. Other findings that we had from those return to work conversations is that there was a lack of knowledge and clarity with the current protocols, especially with staff who are still working from home. We're one of very few districts that employed a work where you work best strategy over the first quarter, where many of our teachers are teaching from home. It was those teachers who, by and large, still don't have full clarity and knowledge of the current protocols. And so that is certainly something that was very important for us to discover, and it's going to lead us to several different actions. We also saw that there is significant variability between schools. And so you do see some schools that are harder no's than yeses and vice versa. And then very important, there's also significant variability within schools. And what I mean by that is when you ask questions like this, typically you would see that data would give you a bell curve. You're going to have most people in the middle, some people on this extreme, and some people on this extreme. On several campuses, we saw the exact opposite. We saw people on this pole and people on this pole. And so you see the double humped camel. And that suggests to us then that there is significant variability that happens within schools. That all speaks then to the need to continue to engage our staff in these one-on-one spaces and in spaces where they are able to problem solve, ask questions, and share concerns.
Dr. Diaz, sorry. I just have a couple questions on this one. So my biggest question is kind of an overall question on the entire plan, which is whether we're considering this to be a hybrid or full return. I think it reads as a full return, and I think the intention is that with the amount of students who indicate that they would be coming back, it's such a small number that feels feasible. So my question here is, when you asked teachers if they were comfortable returning when benchmarks are met, was that clarified whether those are yellow or green benchmarks? Because I think that's a little ambiguous.
Yeah, great question. And as the conversation started, one of the principals asked me about that. We were speaking specifically to the benchmarks that would arrive at the green. And so we know that we're still in yellow, and so we're at the hybrid place. The proposal here is not that every kid would move into an in-person classroom, but that our families would still have the opportunity to engage in online learning. And so for us, the next piece of this puzzle then is really determining, based on that number of students, how would we need to staff schools? What are the ways that we would have some flexibility to accommodate folks who have legitimate health concerns where they can't come to work? And where are going to be some places that are going to be very difficult for us? That was the purpose of the design day on Thursday, was to take this survey data, or this conversation data, excuse me, as well as the parent survey data, stitch it together. What would you come up with? What headaches do you see? What challenges do you see through this prototyping process? One of the biggest ones that we see is that our tall, skinny schools are a challenge to staff in a hybrid environment. Our schools, by and large, at the middle schools, only have one middle school content teacher. And so if that teacher is not available for in-person, it really handcuffs the school's ability to meet the needs of students. Similarly, we do have singletons at some of our smaller schools where we have one teacher per grade level, but the vast majority of our grade levels, as you know, have two teachers. There were some times in schools where we could see that those numbers would break in a way that would accommodate the need for certain people to continue to teach online. We saw in certain schools where that would be severely challenged, all based again on how many families actually identify the need and the desire to learn in person.
Okay, so to clarify, I think I heard you say at the beginning that it was based mostly on green indicators, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then so the second part of my question you started to speak to, but essentially what is the plan for these people who are hard nose or really even lean nose on this pie chart, as it is about 40% of our staff?
Yeah, we have been working on that over the past couple of days, so I can speak to this on a couple of levels. One of them that's very important for us is in our ability to do this work from where you work best. That model will be severely challenged if students return to in-learning classrooms. We are already in somewhat risky territory when it comes to fair labor practices, because we do have situations where some employee groups have not been afforded the opportunity to work remotely because of the nature of their job. We've been able to do that in a way that I feel in good conscience we can continue to do that. But once we return students on campus, that's going to become much more difficult. And so we'll have to make sure that telecommuting options, the ability to work from home, they're available because they're reserved for folks for whom this would be their only option. And so we've been working on a flow chart with guidance from the trust and from our legal partners to make sure that it complies with guidance we recently received with the Department of Labor, which essentially says, what is the reason you're answering no? And based on your reason, there is either the chance that you can go through an American with Disabilities Act accommodation process that could result in you being allowed the accommodation of working from home or working from an isolated environment within the building. There are other reasons that do not qualify for the Americans with Disabilities Act accommodations process. And so what the Department of Labor suggests we do is to find arrangements, and that's the term that they use, that we can make with each teacher or each staff member. As we go through that, those are individual conversations that those staff members would have to have with human resources. Once we get to the other side of those, we would arrive at a couple of different places. If the accommodations are possible and agreed to by the employee, then we put those accommodations in place. That could, again, look like telecommuting from home. That could look like working in person, but in an isolated environment where you have access to more PPE, more safeguards, other things that are going to meet your accommodation. Even an accommodation that would speak to something like having an office with a door that closes and the ability to put a sign on that door that would tell somebody not to enter. Or an accommodation that would speak to having access to a door that leads out to like a parking lot, so that way you can make sure you go from your car directly to the space in which you're working. So if the accommodations are possible, you'll start to see our staff equipped with those accommodations. If the accommodations are not possible, those staff would then be asked to go on leave. That leave could be a paid leave if the employee has access to their sick time, their PTO, and they have a qualified reason to go on leave. It could be an unpaid leave, depending on their source of sick time or their source of PTO. If a leave option is not available, and if we get to the point where accommodation is not possible, it would be then that we would find ourselves in the same position that many other school districts have been in for the past several weeks, which is having to have conversations with a person about resigning. We did get data back from the Arizona School Personnel Administrators Association just the other day. They have indicated that 326 teachers across the state have resigned due to COVID reasons. Right now, we haven't had a single one resign at Phoenix Elementary. That's because of the work where you work best policy. As soon as we start to make the move into in-person learning, we're going to have to start to find ways to bring people back in person. As we do that, that's where we're going to lead to these conversations where, again, finding ways to accommodate people's needs, working with people one-on-one through these processes is what we would do. Now, can we do that for 40% of staff? We don't know. It depends on how many students are asking for in-person instruction and how many families are coming for in-person instruction. The numbers may shake out so that yes, it is possible to accommodate that number of staff. The numbers of families may shake out in a manner where it would be very difficult, if not impossible, for us to accommodate that large number of staff.
Ms. Almaguer, were those your only questions? Dr. Diaz, I had a few questions or maybe comments here. So to the other findings on the lack of knowledge and clarity and just a variability between schools, I think we can all agree that's incredibly problematic, and that we should have a set standard for how these things should be communicated and delivered, and some non-negotiables at the district level. Can you speak to how we will ensure that there isn't inequity between the different schools in how they're enforcing certain practices or how they're communicating certain expectations? What are we going to do as a district leadership to ensure that there is consistency with these types of things?
Absolutely. In terms of consistency with enforcement of expectations, our survey didn't really give any information about that, or excuse me, the conversations did. But in terms of consistency of understanding, that's where we do see this disparity. Again, I believe the reason for that is not for a lack of trying. I mean, you can go on our website right now and you can look at the health and mitigation plan. It has been sent out to our staff. We've sent 4 memos at this point out about our phased in returning to work process, including a memo about work from where you work best that includes all the safety protocols that happen in person. But if you're not working in person yet, you probably didn't read that email all that closely because that wasn't a primary concern for you. So it wasn't surprising that we saw that not all the protocols are known across the board, when the reality is many of these staff members have not returned to working in person. So the big question for us is, as we return to work in person, how can we make sure that those protocols, people have a sense of knowledge about them, they have a sense of clarity about them, and they have an understanding that garners confidence. And so there's a couple of things that we have sort of put together. One of them we sort of piloted over at Faith North. The thing about returning to work is that if we look at our support staff, about 90% of our support staff has already returned to working in person. And if we look at our administrators, many of our administrators have as well. If we look at our certified, many of them have as well. They've made the choice to teach from an empty classroom on the campus. And so we've been able to learn from that. When we opened up Faith North for appointment-based services, so bringing students back for appointments, the Faith North principal and team did what we're calling now a walkthrough and a talk-through, where they were able to go through the campus together, review the protocols, not on a sheet of paper and on a Zoom call, but in the flesh. Obviously social distance and mask, because that's one of the first protocols that's on that page. But to be able to walk through the building and to talk through the protocols and what are we going to do if, or what are we going to do when. In some ways you can call that like a dress rehearsal. And so we are preparing to support our schools with those talk-throughs and walkthroughs. Again, it's not enough to hear it on a Zoom call or to see it on the website. It's something you need to put into your muscle memory. Whether that's signing in at the front desk, putting on your mask when you're leaving the room, maintaining 6 feet social distancing, or just resisting the urge to try to shake somebody's hand. It's something that it's a behavior, and it's a behavior that needs to be exemplified. It's a behavior that needs to be modeled. And so the talk through, walk through process is one way we do that. We're also looking, and Mr. Quintana can speak a bit more to this, of partnering with an outside agency that would help us clarify these protocols and help us clarify them in a manner that they can support us in putting together those talk through, walkthroughs. The name of that organization is Healthy Verify. We've been engaging with them in conversations about the ways in which they can support our schools.
Okay, well, yeah, that sounds like we are working towards something that would help our teachers and our staff. I'm very grateful for that. I agree, muscle memory works best, at least for me. In terms of lack of knowledge and clarity with our parents, I think maybe that is a conversation for Ms. Jeffries later on in the presentation, so I'll save that.
I couldn't agree more. And with our again, some in-person learning has already happened. We have appointment-based services happening at several of our schools for students with special needs. And we have the learning labs that are also operating at Edison and Magnet. We're learning from those. We're learning quite a bit about what it means to phase in a return to work. One of the things we've learned is, unfortunately, it's sort of like being a first-year teacher again. You know, your first year teaching, you learn what not to do. When we opened our offices on June 15th, we learned one thing not to do is expect every office manager to get a document, internalize it, and believe this is what's going to keep me most safe, and then have them all come back on the same day at the same time. We learned that people need time. We learned they need space and they need support. And so one of the things you'll see in our plan here is opening on October 19th. When we started this journey on Thursday, October 12th was the date that we were talking about. But as we debriefed with each of our principals, we saw that time and that space is really needed. The time and the space, if we execute on this plan, we would have that week of the 28th, and we have that week of the 12th, including that week of the 5th for October break, where obviously our teachers are not on contract, they're on break. But we have 3 weeks to think about this transition to returning to working in person, and of course doing some of this teaching and learning in person as well. And we would take full advantage of that 3-week on-ramp to make sure that we're working people at the pace that they need to be worked with. Again, we've definitely seen this with our support staff that have come back. This is a personal thing. We're not surprised to see significant variability between and within schools. This is a very polarizing issue. We all know that. And that is 100% playing out in people's decisions to come back to working in person.
I appreciate the information, and I have a few follow-up questions, but I'll wait until later on in the presentation. Thank you so much.
I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Brown. Dr. Brown is going to share family survey results. These results have been updated since the board packet was created, and Mr. Harris is going to share those. So I will stop sharing.
So while we switch over, you have the results in your board packet, but those were, I don't know, probably anywhere from 4 days to a week old. And so I wanted to make sure you also had some fresher data, because the trends have all held up, whether it's in the board packet or right now. So I'm going to put up my screen in just a moment just to show you some of the big picture high level data. But I want to speak, good evening, board members. I'm excited tonight. I know we have a lot on our plates, and so I'm like, let's get to it. Let's figure this out for kids. And so I want to talk a little bit about the limitations of the survey, because I want to make sure that we don't send the impression to our teachers or our families that this is the only time we're asking for input. At the time that this was created, the intent was truly just, let's get this super high level temperature check, as Vic mentioned, because that tells us whether or not, if 95% of our families were saying online, that's a completely different staffing conversation than if 90% of our families said they wanted to be in person. And so the intent of this super brief survey was really just to see how many folks are leaning one way or the other, and what are there certain grade levels that are wanting the in-person more than others, just that very broad level picture that we were trying to paint, because that was what was going to then inform some of the next choices, such as, and hybrid. That's a term that I think will get tossed around a lot tonight, and it means different things to different people. And so for the sake of clarification, it can mean any combination of in-person and online learning. So when we first talked about hybrid as a district, we talked about an AB model, but that's not the only version of hybrid. So if you hear me discuss that either now or in the future, it can mean any combination that means that our kids are in person and online. And so what the instructional model that you'll hear about was going to depend on was going to be in large part based on what information we were getting from families. So when we launched this survey, initially we were thinking, oh, we'll keep it up a couple days, get a gut check, and then go back and build and talk to some other people. We have kept it open. I think we're going on about 2 weeks now and sent out multiple reminders. And we had what I consider to be a phenomenal response rate that grew and grew and grew. And so it actually peaked at about, let me get my exact number for you, 4,524 response, or I'm sorry, 2,904 responses, which would have represented 4,524 students, which was about 78% of our students. But my education requires me to only work with clean data. So the numbers that I'm going to show you are not inclusive of that total number. We had some very eager parents who responded when they would see the survey reminders come up. And so I had to go through and scrub it and make sure we were only counting those unique cases to make sure that we had the best picture possible. So what I'm going to pull up for you in just a moment does reflect about 2,150 unique responses. But even then, whether it was 2,900, 2,100, or even 200 responses, the same patterns emerged by both grade level and the in-person and online preferences. So to that end, I'm going to share my screen in just a moment and just give you this very high level, where are we at with what our families are asking for. And this is with them only being asked right now in October, would you prefer to send your kids to school in person or online? That was what we asked our families. We didn't ask for any further detail as far as how many days, how many hours, just gut reactions. And then we had a few follow-up questions. So can I get a thumbs up that yes, my screen is sharing like I think it is? Perfect. So this is our data as of last night. Even this morning, we had a few more, but I didn't have time to do a clean scrub. So I said, no, only clean data. So I pulled this at about 9:30 last night so that we could get as many families' responses as possible. Scrubbed it, ended up with about that 2,100-ish number of unique responses. That represents a total of 3,372 students, at least, which is about 58% of our total enrolled population. We currently have 5,802 students officially enrolled in our district between preschool and 8th grade. With that total enrollment number, also including those families that we may have made contact with, but the students are not able to meaningfully participate as much as we would like them to in class. So I'll let the board decide what you make of those who did not respond, and whether or not it's because they may also be in that group who didn't have the easy access to technology, or however else you think they may have leaned one way or another. But at every level, we hovered about that half and half range, where 46% of our total respondents indicated that they would be interested in in-person learning, and about 54% of our respondents indicated online learning. And it fluctuated a little bit up or down, plus or minus 1 or 2%, depending on the day. But overall, it was somewhere in that range consistently, from 2,000 to 3,000 responses. And as you might also be able to see, I apologize if this is not big enough. For the final board meeting, I'll have fresh data and on a larger PowerPoint for you as well. but our largest representations for the in-person learning or the request for in-person learning came in our primary grades, which makes sense because that's where we were also aware that our families may have been struggling the most, and some of our teachers, to really engage those kindergartners in the online learning environment. So in kindergarten, 51% of our families selected in-person, first grade, 54%. From K to 3, it all hovered around that 50% range, with the lowest being 48% and a peak at 54%. That does taper off a little bit as you get higher up. And so by 8th grade, it was less than 40% of our families indicating in-person instruction for their students. But 8th grade was the only time that it wasn't at least 40 or more percent indicating that they preferred in-person instruction. There was a little bit of an oddity, so I do have the asterisk there with preschool. We actually have more responses than we have preschool students enrolled, but that's with scrubbing for the unique identifiers. So we work with the data we're given. I do not have an explanation for how we have a couple more who indicated that that's where their children attend or the grade level. But the trend again holds up in those early grades, wanting that in-person learning more so than the highest end of the students. And if I can have Troy take us back to the PowerPoint, I did want to talk a little bit about the pieces that showed up the most as the reasons why families said they were making their choices.
Dr. McLaughlin, I think that's you with the PowerPoint.
Oh, thank you, Dr. McLaughlin. While she pulls that up, I'll let you guys guess in your head the number one reason why families made a choice one way or the other, because I think it's the reason that's on all of our minds: safety concerns. And safety concerns showed up, whether families were choosing in-person or online, they are concerned about their children's safety. In the comments section or the other, we had a spot for them to just give other feedback. And whether in person or online, our families want to know that their students are going to be safe in whichever environment they're in. The quality of current education, we did have a mix. Some folks said, I'm fine with online because the quality of education is fine. We had more who leaned on the side of quality of education as the reason for their selection, who then also said that in-person would be a better fit, with comments such as, this isn't working for my child needs in-person support, my child isn't learning enough, that sort of thing. Health concerns could be for the student or for the family. And so there were many comments where they were worried, again, with that safety piece, is my child going to be safe? My child has a pre-existing condition, so I'd rather stay online. The social experience was cited more as a reason for those who were looking for in-person learning. There were concerns about kids having been at home essentially since March and not having those interactions and struggling to have meaningful interactions in an online environment. Our families who were opting for in-person learning were also more likely to select that it was difficult to manage the online learning at home. And the same is true for technology issues as well. So those were the top 6 reasons that popped up most frequently for why people were making the choices that they made, with, again, it being a little bit about half and half, but more of a 46-54% split, with our families choosing in-person for about 46% of our students, and 54% saying, no, let's stay online for a while longer. I feel more comfortable that way. And K3 being the grade band where we see the most need and the most demand for in-person learning. I'll pause there before transitioning in case there are questions before we get some really important information on the COVID data.
Are we going to cover the breakdown of schools? The school responses?
I can show you the school responses. I don't feel as confident in saying that it's completely clean data, because this is the by school from when we had fewer responses. So for Thursday's meeting, I can give another by school update. The trends stayed about the same. So as far as the schools who had the most responses, Shaw, for example, may have picked up another 15 families, but they still had more than, say, a Dunbar, where the number of students is also less. But
So-
all schools did have responses.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. This is Dr. Diaz, by the way. I totally understand the data is a little bit different because you provided the most updated data for us, and that might not necessarily be reflected here. It would be very helpful for our meeting on Thursday if we could look at this, and if we could see the percentage. I would like to know, proportionally speaking, it's 70 students might seem like a little bit, but I don't know what the total population is at Dunbar. So I would just want to see in terms of proportion there. When I initially look at this bar graph, it seems that most of our responses come from Shaw, Montessori, and Herrera and Kenilworth. So my initial reaction is that often with our signature schools, we are attracting families who do not necessarily reside in our district. And a lot of times these families they have different demographics than our neighborhood school families, meaning that my presumption here is that a lot of our families from our neighborhoods might not have the benefit of working in a job that would allow them to stay online as easily as somebody who has a desk job like me, where I can work from home and care for my 2-year-old. So I am very interested to see what our families who have those 8-to-5 jobs or 9-to-5 jobs, and who do not have that flexibility of working from home. I'm interested to see what their responses are. And I think that would require the distribution to be greater at schools that have much more neighborhood representation.
Yep, I think you are absolutely right. And I do have those numbers available based on this older data. I don't have it yet for the fresh data. I'm happy to share that with you at the next meeting or via email or however you need to see it. But I can, and I do have here's the total enrollment at Bethune, for example, and then here's the total number of responses. And so what percentage of Bethune's population responded to the survey? Is that the type of breakdown that you're looking for?
Yeah. I just want to make sure that there's equity in how we are ensuring that all of our families are responding. And I guess to that point, I would like to know today what have been our methods to ensure that all of our families are responding to this survey. We are hearing from the majority of our families.
Okay, yep, I understand what you are saying. And so to that, I will say, I hear you. I'll see what I can do. As far as the methods that we've used, again, this was originally intended to be a super quick turnaround survey, not necessarily what it's evolved into. Our expectation was that once we have a better idea of what direction we might head, that's where we know our schools get much more specific information from our families than we will through just a district automated survey that they can complete online. So this was all through a Google form or a Google form that they did their survey. They got the robo calls. We shared the information with principals. They knew it was coming. We tried to make sure we spread the word. Thank you, Linda Jeffries, for all of the ways that she shared that out. But it was limited to just the Google surveys. So our hope is that once we have a plan, I did not notice any extreme outliers where suddenly none of the kinders wanted to go back to Bethune, but they all wanted to go to Shaw. Like, we didn't notice that type of a trend. It was fairly consistent patterns across all schools. And so our hope was that schools could then reach out to families to confirm what's your actual choice. If we know that we have a student who needs English learner services, for example, that may impact the family's choice and whether or not they responded or accessed that survey versus a different method might be more appropriate. So I don't want to promise I can give you more data than I'll have access to by Thursday, but I can say that our commitment is that the schools would follow up to make sure we were reaching as many or all families, which was part of our conversation. I think it was Jay Barbudo's comment earlier, and we talked with PECTA about the schools reaching out to, because we know that they have a better relationship and they know their families, and whether or not you have to call this mom or send something in the mail to this uncle in order to get that information. So hopefully it doesn't sound like dancing around the question, rather than making sure that I'm really targeting the response that I think you're looking for. And I don't know that I'll have the full amount of data that you want for Thursday.
Yeah, I totally understand. And I just think that if we could demonstrate to our community that we are seeking every possible avenue to make sure every one of our families' voices are heard, that is what I'm looking for. And I think this is a broader discussion than that we will need to have with Ms. Jeffries around community engagement, just so we have a very standard, streamlined process that can maximize the voices that we hear. So thank you, I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Good evening, Dr. Diaz, governing board members, Dr. Weeks, cabinet, and members of the audience. My name is Tom Lind, and I'm the assistant to the superintendent for policy and strategy. Recently, I was given the assignment to monitor the Maricopa County COVID data dashboard. And for the past several weeks, I have shared that information with the governing board. And I plan to have a slightly different approach to my presentation to dig a little bit deeper into the data. We're currently looking at slide number 11, which is directly from the Maricopa County website, which speaks to the recommendations they have for resuming in-person learning. And there are 3 benchmarks. The first one is the number of case rates for 2 consecutive weeks that are below 100 per 100,000 people. The second benchmark is the test positivity rate. And the guideline from the county is 2 consecutive weeks with less than 7% positivity. And the third benchmark is somewhat ambiguous because it is a county-wide report for the COVID-like illness percentages for hospital visits. And all of the zip codes that I have looked at, it's moved from 3% down to 2%. And so that is a county-wide indicator. I don't think that it really tells us much other than that the visits to the hospital is on a decline. Slides 12 and 13 are outdated due to the timing of this presentation and the availability of data. And so I've asked Troy to log on to the county website. We're going to go there. And I want to start from a high level look at the county. And then we're going to drill down to the Phoenix Elementary School District. Can we make that maybe just a little bit larger, Troy?
Mr. Lim, before we start, I just want to, this is Dr. Diaz, I just
Yes.
wanted to clarify something. So when we are looking at this data, to be clear, we are considering as a district a safe return when we are in all green, correct? So that would be fewer than 10 cases per 100,000.
Yes.
Less than 5%.
Yes, that is correct. That was what was mentioned earlier. And so I'll highlight that for each of the 2 categories that's prevalent as we take a look at the data.
Thank you.
And Troy, could we, on the drop down there, go to the elementary school district? And so what we're looking at here is a county-wide picture of the data. And I would like to confirm that there are 5 elementary school districts in the county that are green. They are primarily to the west and south: Morristown District, Aguila, Sentinel, Paloma, and Mobile. Those are the 5 elementary school districts that have, according to the county data, as of September 17th, met the criteria to be green. If we move to kind of the center of the screen, and Troy, you don't need to do anything, but in the center of the screen would be the Phoenix Elementary School District, and we're yellow. But what you will notice is that to the right of us, we have red, and those red districts are Balls, Wilson, and Tempe Elementary. And immediately to the west of us, we have more red districts. So those are Riverside, Isaac, Cartwright, Pendergast, Fowler, Avondale, Liberty, Buckeye Elementary, and Palo Verde. And so to the north and south of our school district, we have yellow. That will be Washington Elementary, Madison, Osborne, Levine, Fowler, Roosevelt, and a couple others in there. And so I wanted to confirm, we heard earlier that someone was thinking Phoenix Elementary is green. No, we are yellow. Troy, if you would drop down to the high school district. And again, we realize that Arizona has a variety of school district systems, and we see that none of the high school districts are green. Phoenix Union is right in the middle there, and we also would notice that several of the other larger districts are red. And then Troy dropped down to unified school districts. These would be K-12 districts. The 2 that are green are Gila Bend and Wickenburg. And Buckeye Elementary and all other unified school districts are yellow, which would put them into the hybrid model. And Troy, if you would go back to elementary, and this time let's zero in on Phoenix Elementary. And if you would click on that, open us up. And if you would, can you expand that by clicking the box next to the X? What I really want to go to here, Troy, now is print report on the left side at the very top. What I would like to particularly show the governing board, and scroll down, Troy, to the gray box. It talks about the dashboard updates and corresponding data time periods. If you look at the table at the bottom, you will notice that there's a lag in the data reporting. So today we have data from September 17th that's displayed, but that actually reflects the week of August 30th and September 5th. So we can see that we have a little bit of a delay in the process that the county is able to update their information. We know that the county updates every Thursday. So on September 24th, this Thursday morning, we'll have a whole nother set of data that we'll be able to look at. And Troy, now if you would go to the Word document. What I've done is I've taken some of the data and have taken a closer look at what it's actually telling us. This page 1 is, again, the indicators directly from the county website that speak to the minimal level, the moderate level, and the substantial level. And so in order to be minimal for the cases, it does need to be less than 10. But for moderate, the range is from 10 to 100. 100 may seem very high, but in reality, that really is a reflection of only 1% of the population. And I believe what you'll see when we look at our data is that our zip codes are trending around 50. Percent positivity is recommended down below to be at less than 7%, but in order to be green, it needs to be less than 5%. And then the COVID-like illness is that one that's countywide at 2%. Scroll down to page 2. So what I have done here is I've made a table to show the 4 weeks worth of data that we have for our school district. The county is telling us that our overall risk level is moderate and that our recommended learning scenario is hybrid with on-site support. And so if you can see August 27th, and if we look at the COVID per 1,000 people, you can see that on August 27th, we had 86 people. Then we had a sudden drop down to 39 people, almost 40. And I have a little green asterisk there because that is a decline from the previous week. That's something new that I've added to help us visually see the shift. Then the week of September 10th, we had an increase to 50. So I put a red asterisk there because that was greater than the previous week. And then on September 17th, we dropped to 46 and there's a green asterisk there. So you can see there's a bit of fluctuation in the numbers. Percent positivity on August 27th, we started at 2%. And then on August 13th, we dropped to 1.83%. But then as you can see in September 10th and September 17th, we've had a slight increase. Still below the 5%, but yet a slight increase. And then the third column, which is somewhat irrelevant, is the COVID-like illness. And scroll down to page 3. So I wanted to begin to take a look at the zip code data a little bit more closely. And so when you go to the county website and click on the zip code, it brings up a screen. And I've condensed that into this summary, which includes the first 10 zip codes that have the highest number of students attending our school district. And you can see the bottom 2 are still listed as substantial. 85004 is an anomaly. I've been working with Lynette Wilkin, our lead nurse in the school district, and we just can't really explain why there's been an uptick in cases in 85004. This is the zip code between 7th Street and Central, roughly Thomas, and then it runs south down to probably like Lincoln Street or somewhere down in that neighborhood. And so as you can see, last week they were at 241, and this week they're up to 290. We can't explain that. 85008 is also substantial, and that is the Creighton School District. While it's not reflective of our district data, we do have 119 students that live in the Creighton district that attend our schools. And as you can see, they're recommended that they still operate in a virtual environment, and the numbers are decreasing. You can see 82 cases, and now we're down to 47 cases. And the percent positivity has dropped from 12% down to 5%. I'm rounding off the numbers here. But as you can see, the 8506, 7, 9, 3, 3, 4, 15, 41, and 17 all have had a bit of either a slight decrease or a slight increase, but still within the ranges of yellow and green. 85015 is part of the Herd neighborhood, but it extends much further north than the Herd neighborhood. And 85017 also has just a corner of Phoenix Elementary in its school boundaries, and it extends way north up to Glendale Avenue, around 19th Avenue, Glendale up that way. So I wanted to just kind of give a picture here of how the numbers fluctuate. You can see from one week to the next, they're either up or down slightly, but we're still, moving in the right direction here. I'll pause here if you have any questions before I move to the Excel spreadsheet with the zip codes.
Mr. Lind, for the district or the zip codes where we are in the red,
yes,
are any of our schools within those zip codes?
Yes, line 11, 85004 is in the Emerson neighborhood school district attendance zone.
Interesting.
Used to live in 85004, and I know it's a very diverse neighborhood, and I can't really explain why the numbers are so high, but children in that zip code typically attend Emerson school attendance zone.
I see.
And 8508 is in the Creighton School District, and we have about 119 students that come from Creighton to Phoenix Elementary Schools. It's only Whittier, but it could be any of the other schools too.
So with this, and this might be a question for later on in the presentation, it seems like the best course of action when reopening is to consider these categories by school, because I don't think it would make sense to say all schools within our district should be able to return if Emerson, for example, has substantial risk. We wouldn't want to put those teachers and families in that predicament because our other schools are in minimal risk situation. Is that something that we'll discuss later on in the presentation?
That's not part of my presentation today. In order to do that, we would need to disaggregate the data even further. We would need to take a look at, say, for example, 85004 and verify where do those children actually go to school? Because even though they are in the attendance zone for Emerson, they may be resident transfer students and go to other schools as well. So we would need to disaggregate the data even deeper if we want to get to that level.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's going to definitely be important. I'm not comfortable voting to have, one blanket metric for all of the district when each of our neighborhoods have unique situations, as we can see here. I'm very surprised that this specific neighborhood has such a high risk.
Lynette and I are as well. We just are really surprised. I'm looking forward to see what the data will tell us on Thursday. I'm hopeful that it will look better than it does today.
Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to move ahead to the Excel spreadsheet. And so let's see, Troy, go to the cases per 1,000 sheet first. Okay. And
that group.
That's great. Okay. And so you can see a lot of yellow. And if we're going to wait for green, the number needs to be less than 10. And so you can see that right now there are 3 greens that are visible on the screen. I can't really explain the 0 in 85034 other than perhaps someone forgot to submit a report. I don't really know. But what I also did here is I looked at this most recent data as well as last week, and I looked to see where we had a positive impact or a negative impact. And I used the green and the red asterisk. In the first row, you'll see that in column F, we had 7.14, which was less than the week before, but yet in September 17th, we also increased to 35 cases. So hence the red asterisk there. And so I went through the entire 77 zip codes that are reflected, and as I analyzed the data, I realized that we do have a trend of a 61% positive impact at this particular point, meaning that we have we're moving to more green dots as we move along this trend, and that there was a 39% negative impact moving from a lower number to a higher level by the week. And if you just want to scroll down, Troy, you'll see that there are some anomalies here. 85281 is downtown Tempe, 85282 is Tempe, and of course we know they have spiked. And then you see that as the number of students decreases, the continue going, the trend still stays in the yellow, and some are close to 10, but most are in the 20s, 30s, and 40s. But we are under 50 in most all of the cases, if you want to scroll back up to the top.
Mr. Lind, can I ask a question?
Mhm.
This is Linnea. So I'm kind of looking at this, and so you just mentioned the trend of most cases are decreasing.
Yes.
So they are still not green. Is
Yes.
that what the decision for reopening came from? Is that they are continuing to decrease? Because I'm not really seeing a trend that would indicate by October 19th we would be green. I guess that I'm not seeing that.
No, I don't believe the decision to reopen was the downward trend, but I think the decision was based upon the fact that it was yellow and then it met the criteria of the county for a hybrid learning model.
Okay, I feel like we've gotten just a couple conflicting messages over that tonight. Are we looking for all yellow or are we looking for all green?
I'm not quite certain how to respond to that. Earlier, I heard that we were looking for a benchmark of all green. And so, if we're looking for green, that's a decision that we'll need to affirm.
Okay, I appreciate that response
Yeah.
because that's
Yeah.
also what I heard. Thank you.
Yes.
And to clarify, Mr. Lind, Dr. Weeks and I did speak about this, and Dr. Weeks, I don't know if this is still how you were perceiving Thursday's board meeting to go, but it is my understanding that on Thursday, we will vote on the metrics that we will be voting on what we think is appropriate for reopening. So, Mr. Lynn, I apologize for not stepping in there. It is going to be our responsibility to decide that. So the district will make a recommendation, and then ultimately we will deliberate and decide.
Okay.
We think that we should be in all yellow to return, or some green. So
that sounds great. Yeah, and as we know, the county is providing this data as recommendations and guidance for school districts to use as decisions are made about reopening. And so that sounds like a good plan for Thursday.
Mr. Lind, Dr. Diaz, members of the board, if I could speak to that just for a moment. The purpose of the design day on Thursday was to look at this at the yellow level. At the yellow level, we're being told by the county that we can open up a hybrid learning model that would be a mixture of online learning and in-person learning. And so in that hybrid model, here's information you have from your staff. Here's information you have from your families. What might that hybrid then look like? That's the planning and the prototyping that took place on Thursday. That's the designs you're going to see. So I think that there may be a misconception here that the plan is a full return to in-person learning. It's not. It is still offering the opportunity for families to choose online learning relative to the data that we see here and the preferences they have. So conversely, or I guess in line with that, when it comes to the staffing decisions, we are considering that not every staff member is returning to teaching in-person students, but we are looking at what it would look like to staff schools to meet the demand of teaching kids in person at the same time that you're teaching kids online. That doesn't necessarily mean a teacher's doing both at the same time, but a school would obviously be doing both those things at the same time.
Thank you for that clarification, Dr. Vic Diaz. Yes, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Vic. I think what's come up as the $20 question is, what is the definition of the hybrid learning, right? And so early on, we said hybrid learning was an A-B model. Hybrid learning is also this opportunity to teach both on ground and digitally. And that's the that's the plan that you saw. It's still a hybrid model. And so in alignment with the county data, and Mr. Lynn, I want to thank you for taking a deeper dive into zip code, because that's important. There's not a lot of districts that have as many zip codes in attendance that we do. So this is quite a spreadsheet.
Yeah. And then if we could just take a look at the percent positivity.
Mr. Lynn, I just wanted to go back quickly. And I do want to echo Dr. Weeks's points. I'm very grateful for this disaggregated data. It's very helpful for us to see these trends being tracked, and for at least for me, it gives me a better idea of what we can expect, although you can't really expect too much stability with COVID. But Dr. Weeks, I do want to go back to, I guess, the decision to even move to hybrid. From my understanding, the board has not made a decision for what exactly those metrics are, whether it's all green or 2 greens and a yellow, or even if we do decide that we do yellow in some instances, are we looking at 50 cases per 100,000 or 100 and below? So to me, that's still a decision that is on the table at this point. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And that's one of the reasons that we're here tonight, to provide full transparency in what we're seeing in the data that we have available to us from a lot of different fronts. The county data, the digging deeper into the different zip codes, the parent data, and the teacher data. So the purpose of today's work study session really is to take a deep dive into a lot of different data sets. The recommendation to come back to in-person instruction has to include an agreement on what the metrics will be and should remain to be, because of the fluctuations in what might happen with the metrics moving into the fall and into the winter. So once the board decides, it doesn't mean that we're stopping our scrutiny of the data. We have to continue looking at the data to determine whether or not we are falling into a risk category, or are we holding steady with hybrid, or are we moving into areas of all green, which would be full in-person instruction. So the board is very much involved in working with us to determine the metrics for in-person instruction under a hybrid model. And then I'm sure there'll be some subsequent meetings with regards to, a full back to school model. But coming full bore back to school is really not what we're talking about tonight. We're really talking about a hybrid model tonight. And then we're looking at the county data and taking a deeper dive into that data.
Thank you, Dr. Weeks. I'm wondering, since our teachers were surveyed, or they had those conversations with the idea that it was pertaining to all green categories, I wonder if it would be appropriate then to, and I don't know how the other board members feel about this, but perhaps at the end of this meeting to make a decision on what those metrics would be, so our teachers can be resurveyed with this new clarity on what these metrics are, because their responses could change drastically if we decided that one category might be yellow, or they might want to come back to school if they realize that we're deciding based on school. So I think that it would help to inform their perspective in real time, and it would then help to inform a decision on return date for us.
Yeah, I think this idea of a return date needs to be discussed. Some districts aren't doing a return date. Some districts are just following an established metrics approved by their board, and then with some sort of return to work plan once those metrics line up. I call them the stars lining up, right? Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, the board will vote on what the board will vote on. I would not, in a work study session, think it prudent for the board to to even make it look like that it's voting on anything tonight, right?
Okay.
So what we can do for the actual vote on the 24th is we can modify the action item and either limit it to the metrics only, or limit it to the metrics plus a return to work model based on the prototypes that you see tonight, on what that would be, or even a metrics and a return to work date. So there's probably 3 high-level options that the board can choose on Thursday. The purpose of today, again, is just to provide a lot of data and a recommendation to what in-person instruction would look like should the board vote to approve this in-person hybrid model.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
And just very quickly, if we could look at the percent positivity, we'll see that there's a lot of movement toward green there, which is less than the 5%. And when I did the analysis, there's a 68% improvement from last week to this week, and a 32% decline. So we're trending in the right directions. But again, the numbers again will change this coming Thursday. If you just want to scroll down, Troy, just to see the scope of the sheet. Yes, there's some red in the zip codes, and there's some yellow, but there seems to be a trending more towards green. One thing I've learned about the zip codes is that the numbering system does mean something. 850 tends to be in the downtown area. 852 tends to be east, and 853 tends to be west. And so we can kind of begin to make some analysis based upon the numbers of the zip code as well. That would conclude the information that I have to share this evening, unless there are any more questions. Thursday morning at 9 o'clock, I expect to get more data, and I will be updating all of this information, and we'll make a determination, I assume tomorrow, as to what we will bring back to the board on Thursday evening.
Thank you, Mr. Lin.
Thank you. And Denise, if you want to go back to slide 14, just to close, I would be remiss to say that the Maricopa County website also provides information. Should we open schools and then have a spike in COVID cases, they do provide guidance for schools to return back to a virtual learning environment. And I just wanted to acknowledge that that was part of the county's website as well. At this point in time, I'd like to introduce Mr. Quintana, who I believe has the next slide.
Mr. Quintana, I think you're muted.
Yes, sir. Can I, am I able to share here? Can I get share a file? Great. Great. Thank you, Mr. Lin, and Madam President and Governing Board. Good evening. Wanted to give you an update regarding the safety protocols, and just as a reminder, I wanted to let you know that this was presented to the board back in I think mid-July or so by Dr. Victor Diaz. And so I wasn't going to go through every detail of the report, but I did want to obviously answer questions, but also highlight some things that I either knew that we're addressing now, or things that are kind of pertinent and have come up as questions or concerns from either staff or principals and what have you. And so with the plan, if you recall, we had it broken down between different areas on communication, health and daily health, the screenings and monitoring, transportation, classrooms, recess and playground processes, protocols for food and nutrition, protocols for hallways, walkways, and communal spaces, and also trips and activities, as well as hand washing protocols, face coverings, disinfecting and cleaning, and also ultimately monitoring the safety plan. And so as you can see, it was a pretty extensive plan. And I want to just highlight a couple of things. One is the reminders, and other just things that have kind of become more important in the last couple of weeks. One is that just want to remind everyone that we are planning to have visual checks of students coming in to the classes, and we plan to have a temperature checks so that each class has a thermometer that they will check. And if we do have students that have a high temperature, then we will send them to the nurses station for them to be treated, and also talk to their parents about taking them home. So in yellow, again, I've highlighted those more critical areas for now. Also regarding the bus seating, that's something that's come up a couple times already, and we are again planning to have the proper space between chairs and seats and the students. And the plan right now is to basically use every other seat, ideally with one, definitely for one person on each seat, and having at least one space between seats, and depending on the number of kids that are attending that that particular day. Then on the classroom side, we're looking at having the desks situated 6 feet apart and all facing forward, and also we're looking at getting the desk partitions on the desk that they can be set up as a kind of temporary protection that each student will have access to, and to provide additional protection. Then again, we are looking to provide food in the classrooms, breakfast and lunch, and the breakfast will be delivered in the mornings in the classrooms, and the lunch schedule will vary a little bit depending on the school. In some schools, we will have the students go to the cafeteria, pick up their food, and take it back to the classroom. In other areas, depending on the school, the food will be delivered at the classrooms. But also, there also may be opportunities where the students can eat outside or even in the cafeteria, as long as there's a separation stagger of the students eating in the cafeteria. So that's something that each school will kind of look at their process and their safety concerns and deal with those. And kind of more importantly, what's we dealt with lately has been with disinfecting and cleaning, and these are things that we kind of firmed up with the plant services team and also the custodial custodial team. In that on a daily basis, we are going to clean each classroom and schoolroom with the regular cleaning that they do, but also a disinfecting with hand sprayers. And also on a daily basis, a more thorough cleaning and disinfecting will be done in deep cleaning will be conducted with a disinfecting misting machine that it's basically the model is called, it's a Catcher 420 PS 447 model. That basically is like a misting machine that provides disinfecting for the classroom. So that'll be used on a daily basis after the kids leave for the day. And also we're also looking at the ventilation and the air filters. That's something that has also we've taken a closer look at to make sure that we're upgrading the filters for the classrooms to an above standard unit, which in this case it's a MERV 8. That it's a higher standard air conditioning filter for all the different systems. But we're also looking at in some situations the overall ventilation of the classrooms, especially when there's a particular concern in the school. For example, at Herrera High School, it's a basement school that's underground, and so we are taking a look at the air quality there, the ventilation, make sure that it's proper and so forth. And so we're looking at that as well in different schools to make sure that the proper ventilation is there. And if not, then we will look at getting the air purifiers if that's something that we feel that we need for those particular schools or classrooms. And So that's kind of, again, just an overall update on the plans. Be happy to address any questions that you might have as well. And can, update now or update on Thursday as well.
Mr. Quintana, thank you for providing these updates and highlighting some of these changes. I know that some of these have been in response to discussions we've had. So again, thank you for taking those comments into consideration and inserting them into the plan. I have 2 questions. I think it was the first slide that you presented on transportation, and maybe it was the second slide on transportation, and then the classrooms. So one of the comments that we've heard from our teachers is the concern over kind of vague language and not definite decisions on certain aspects of our return. So where I see some concern is in our transportation, where it says to the greatest extent possible, given bus capacity, that we would implement social distancing. Do you have an idea? And if you don't right now, it's okay, you can email it to us, but do you have an idea of how many students typically are on our buses and how many students we might have on our buses in a hybrid return?
Yes, I can speak a little bit to the typical. I spoke to Armando Cuellas, he's our transportation supervisor. And he was telling me that typically our buses are not very full. Then generally run at about a 70% capacity, in a typical school year. And so we do expect, with this, if we implement the back to school plan, that let's say, for example, if we have 50% of kids returning and needing transportation, then that capacity could be probably like maybe 35-40%, and so that should give us enough room and space, I believe, to have the separation within the buses for the students. And but that's something I can also kind of reconfirm with Mr. Cuellar before Thursday.
So on the buses, are students? Yes, so they are required to wear a face mask, and they will have, I assume here, hand sanitizer upon entering.
Yeah, I don't think that has been specifically specified, but that's something that, it'll definitely be available. I don't think we've indicated that each student should use it, but that's something we can easily do because it will be there. And so we can put that in place to have them, clean their hands before they enter the bus.
And what about, I'm not very familiar how bus pickups work in between the different routes. Are the buses used multiple? Is the same bus used multiple times at different schools? So I guess my question is how often are the bus seats where children are sitting, how often are they being cleaned? Is it after every time they drop a student off? Is that necessary, or is it just once a day? What does that look like?
Yeah, in situations where if the bus is running just once a day, we will be cleaning and disinfecting the buses, every day. In situations where if we do multiple runs, we will clean them and disinfect them, after every run. Mm-hmm. We are trying to work also with the different schools on the staggered schedule for transportation, where we might have maybe a couple of drops off at the schools in the morning, and then same thing in the afternoons. Mm-hmm. And so, but what the idea is that we definitely want to disinfect them and clean them after each run. Mm-hmm. It wouldn't necessarily be after, obviously each student, but after each run, they will be disinfected.
Mm-hmm. Would it be possible to include that language about the sanitizers and disinfecting into this?
Yes, yeah. In fact, that's a making a note. Yeah, yes.
And then I understand that a lot of this is contingent upon how many families are returning to school, but even, beyond this spring or this fall, we have to create a new normal for going forward. So it seems like you're looking into alternate ways our students can be picked up so we can have this social distancing enforced in our transportation. For our Thursday meeting, would it be possible to provide maybe 1 or 2 scenarios that would ensure there is social distancing so we can maybe get away from language like to the greatest extent possible? And if, you know, we go through that exercise and we see that it's simply not feasible, at least we have gone through that exercise. And I think that would be appreciated.
Sure, yeah, that's something we can definitely do. And
Thank
yeah, we
you.
can do that.
And then for our classrooms, for me, and I don't know how the other board members feel about this, but I feel like it is a non-negotiable that our students are maintaining 6 feet of distance. And again, going back to this new normal, COVID is not going away. It's not going away in 3 months, not going away in a year, it's not going away in 5 years. We are going to have to learn how to live through COVID, just like we live through the flu, through measles, through all of these other things that like eventually we got under control as a community. But that is going to require us to operate differently and reimagine just what learning and teaching looks like as a whole. So with that, for the time being, as we await a responsible vaccine that's not given to us in the next 3 months, because that would be insane, what is our third option? I know that it hasn't been done and it seems quite impossible to ensure 6 feet of distance, but I am a big believer in third options, and I would absolutely appreciate us thinking outside of the box and exploring that third option for defining our stance on the 6 feet within the classroom, at least knowing that that's going to be possible until January if we were to return in October, and then we can revisit that. But does that mean, you know, if we go through this exercise and we see like it is truly just not possible, then what is, again, that third option to maintain the most optimal safety for our students and our teachers? Because it sounds like that's also a non-negotiable for our teachers. So yeah, just re-examining that one bullet point, I think, is going to be key for our district.
Okay. So yeah, definitely we'll do that. And one thing we've done in the last couple of weeks is we've gone to different classrooms and actually kind of set the desk and tables, combination of both to see how many would fit in those spaces, and and how much can we get them at least 6 feet apart, and we got a count of how many would fit in each of the classrooms, because obviously the classrooms vary a little bit in size. Some of them are 825 square feet, others are 925 square feet, and some of them maybe a little bit bigger, but the average are around 900 square feet. And so we looked at how many combination of tables and desks will fit in those rooms, and that they're all at least 6 feet apart, if not more. So that's something we have good information on as to how many will fit in those classrooms, and we're also looking to make sure that we have enough desks and tables, that we can accommodate all that, because we want to be able to, even if it's a big table, of having just one student sit at the table instead of multiple kids, and so that's something that we're working on. And so we do have some pretty good, kind of setups that we know we can work with, and we've also, talked to a couple of the principals and teachers, and so there's something that is still an ongoing process, but it's something we're working on, and that we'll be able to really clarify how many tables and chairs and desks will fit in each classroom, pretty safely, at least 6 feet apart. And like I mentioned, we're also going to be getting these partitions that are part of the desk that each of the students will have as well. That'll provide additional protection.
Mr. Quintana, this is Carmen Trujillo. That's exactly what I was going to ask about, because one of these documents did mention that the tables would have partitions. So listening to everything going on, I just keep coming back to us knowing what equipment we do have now already, like in hand, and what's possible with that. But then also, is it possible to request like what our budget for buying extra equipment is, what that looks like, because the air purifiers sound great. All these things that we just have as possibilities, really, they sound really helpful. I just think it would be a lot more useful to offer those suggestions and options with more information, so we know how likely it is that should we need them, we will know what we're working with and how quick we can get them, just because of the short time schedule. So that's where my brain was going with that. So do you mean the partitions are for the tables and not desks, or are there partitions for both desks and the tables?
Yeah, it will be for both. Basically, the partitions are individual partitions, so that it will be for each student. So if a student is at a desk, they can put the partition at a desk. If they're at a table, they can put it at a table. So it's basically per student, if you will. And so it'll be used for both. And also, when it comes to the budget, that's something we checked on as well. And we do have some funds available through the CARES grant to make the purchase of the partitions. And we've also checked on the lead time to see if we can get these in time. And right now, based on the decisions that are made in the next week or so, those are things that still can be available to us, and we can get them in time. If we decide to open up on the 19th. So obviously the budget is always a concern, and that's why we want to look at, for example, even like the air purifiers. They're not cheap. They're about $400 a piece, and so we want to make sure that we want to be able to get those if we really feel that we need them. And so again, we're talking to a couple of schools where they might have a concern about the air quality, and so those are things we're trying to also get some professional assessments as to if there's a true need there before we make that purchase, because they are going to be pretty expensive. But yeah, those are things that we're looking at. The things we're considering, I think they're within the budget. I think it's a matter of if we can make some get some professional assessment to make sure that we do need them before we make those purchases.
Thank you very, very much for clarifying. I do appreciate it. Two more things briefly. I read that the drop-off pickup without getting out of the car part after I read the part for the arrival. And I'm just wondering, has part of the discussion been that since parents are going to be required to stay in their cars, just because there's kids around, that means likely there's going to be adults leaving that transition. So that might be a good time to do those temperature checks. So that way we're not, accepting kids and then sending them right back out if we have fevers presenting. And then secondly, I had another question, and it's gone. I can't think of it. But that was what came to mind, having read the arrival, wash hands, temperature check stuff, and then I read that part afterwards. So that kind of came up. So I just wondered, instead of asking what the drop-off looks like, that's really what it came down in my head, was that since there's cars around and kids, there's likely going to be adults around. So I didn't even want to bother asking that question, but I do think it would be a good opportunity to consider taking temperature checks. But at the same time, hearing that this is more of a district-led conversation as opposed to teachers and stuff like that being involved. I'm looking forward to hearing some more information and what comes on Thursday. So thank you very much for clarifying those few things.
Yeah, and that's a good point. When it comes to the drop off and the kids maybe getting a temperature check, then I do know that I think plenty of thermometers, and so that might be an option for us. So we'll look at that and see if that's something that might be more feasible, at least with some of the schools.
Yep, I think so. It popped in my head. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. Quintana, do we, based on this feedback and based on some of the things that we're looking into, would we have these things in place by the 19th? That's kind of approaching really quickly.
Well, first of all, the procedural things, yes. I mean, like we were just talking about, as far as like some of the equipment and PPE, that's also available. For example, the desk partitions, that's something that we started looking at more seriously over the last couple of weeks. And we do know that we talked to the vendor, and it's something that we would be able to get in time before school starts on the 19th if we decide to go that date. So the things I'm talking about, these are things that we are able to get prior to school starting.
And that would include the air filters as well?
It would if we decide to get those. And again, they are quite a bit more expensive than the other items. So that's something that we just want to make sure that that we do need them for sure before we make that purchase. But we could get them in time if we make that purchase within the next week or so.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. Quintana, I have a suggestion. Perhaps what we could do is take a picture of some of the mock classrooms that have been put together so the board can see and the community can see what a classroom might look like, fully outfitted. And that would include the available PPE that is to be delivered to the school and then subsequently down to the classroom. I think that might be helpful, or at least a picture with an inventory, and then lead times for some of this equipment that we're talking about. I understand the desk shields are fairly quick turnaround, but it would be helpful to have a commitment by the vendor on the lead time for the air ventilators, a budget set aside, and then some more information on which classrooms or which school sites are greatest candidates for the ventilators. We have some historic buildings and we have some closed off buildings. So I think that getting that count, establishing that budget, and determining those lead times would be helpful. And then finally, while I sit here and look, and I think about just the different sizes of our classrooms, we have some very small classrooms over at Dunbar, for example, and very large classrooms over at Capitol. And so knowing those classroom space sizes, really almost classroom by classroom, to get a sense on almost I don't want to say a PTR for class, but it's very difficult to generalize a PTR because our campuses are so unique.
No, definitely. I can definitely do that for Thursday, especially the pictures. We have some already that I can put together for Thursday, and same thing with the lead times and the budget information.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions or concerns?
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Otherwise, I'm done with this part of it.
Mr. Quintana, if you could stop sharing, then I'll go back to the PowerPoint.
Got it.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Brown will explain to us our proposed instructional model.
Okay, thank you, Dr. McLaughlin. Good evening again. So with our instructional models, we're looking at two different options for our families right now. I know that originally we had proposed an A/B rotation as a potential way to accomplish hybrid. And based on our numbers, if they hold up with our class sizes, the way that they average across the district, then we have reason to believe that if the percentages hold up, we would still be able to safely accommodate all of the students whose families are requesting in-person learning and still maintain appropriate distancing. So we're looking at providing two different options for our families at this time. One would be that students are fully online Monday through Friday, just as they are currently, with that Monday still being that asynchronous learning day because teachers are involved in professional development and meetings and that sort of thing. The other option would be in-person learning Tuesday through Thursday, with again, Monday still being reserved for that teacher time that they need. So with the full-time online instruction, we're looking at strengthening our distance learning model and just allowing families to choose that consistent approach. They know that they can maintain whatever safety parameters they feel are important as a family because their kids are at home with them. We would have guaranteed that they would have instruction every day for the entire school year if that's what our families opted into. And again, they would have that consistency piece. A key drawback to that, though, is that we know that we've heard from teachers and families about that missing social dynamic, or that it's more difficult to plan for that collaboration in an online environment. So that would be a challenge, but not necessarily a barrier. I think our teachers are up for the challenge and they're showing that every day. For the in-person piece, our target there is to maximize the in-person time because we know that in-person instruction, we have plenty of research to support that it tends to offer something different than is sometimes available in an online environment. But we also want to remain flexible because we know that some of our families may start with in-person and then realize that's not the best fit necessarily, or our data may change. Tom Lynn just took us through a very comprehensive view of the different data and how that's changing by zip code each week. And so if we were to have an in-person option, there would be an expectation that it's still flexible enough that if a school needed to close for whatever reason, those students could then quickly transition back into an online model while still maintaining their current teacher. And then one day, hopefully, we'll feel safe enough to bring students back, even more students more often. So best case scenario, one day we can go back to 100% in-person learning. But as Dr. Diaz pointed out, this is going to be with us for a while. So our in-person model would be one that quickly transitions in and out of a classroom as needed. Oops.
Dr. Brown, just one quick clarifying question. So you said that if you choose the full-time online model, you would be going to school Monday through Friday, or you would be online Monday through Friday. And then if you're in person, you're online Mondays and then in school between Tuesday through Friday?
Correct.
And would they, and you might be getting to this, so are the online students watching the teacher teach in class and going through, basically they're in synchronous lessons with their peers in a classroom, but they're at home?
So let me give you a qualified yes, like a maybe, but then I'll explain why it's a maybe instead of a guarantee. So if Dr. McLaughlin, if you can take us to the next slide. So starting October 19th, right? So a little bit of background. At the beginning of this school year, when we opened with online learning, we extended a lot of flexibility to our schools and our families with regard to meeting families wherever they needed to be at that moment. And so some students may have engaged in all of their learning asynchronously. They may have all done it at night, or they may not have logged in at a specific time. Other students or other classrooms or schools may have had a very structured schedule that spanned the whole school day. There was a lot of flexibility. That's a good thing, but also maybe cause some confusion for some of our families. So starting October 19th, we would be returning to that very traditional structure as far as, I'd have math from 8 to 9:15, and then I have science from this time to that time, and then I have my special areas. That would be the case whether students are online or in person. And so the students would all log in or either go into the classroom at the same time or log into Google Classroom at the same time. The idea is that all students, even the online ones, get to have the experience of a live series of lessons throughout the day instead of it being by themselves in front of a computer program. How that looks may vary a little bit depending on the school. So that's where we, when we met with those principals and said, hey, build us your prototypes, they said, hey, can we have some flexibility here or there? And so to be responsive to what principals were telling us and what some of our teachers thought they might need, I can't guarantee in this moment that everyone will watch a live stream all day each time, but we are in the next slide going to talk a little bit about some tools that we have that could support that option. So if you'll give me just a minute, I'll get you a little bit more clarity on the specifics of the live stream piece, but I do want to make sure I don't forget anything on my slide because I know families will want to know if they've signed up for their selection by having done the survey. And again, back to schools reaching out to families. Once we know when we're restarting, families could be contacted by the schools to get that better picture of who's returning and who's not, because that may influence how the staffing looks at different schools, which may then afford different instructional options for what the model looks like. To support that and make sure that our teachers aren't having to juggle constant kids in and out and which model is which today or tomorrow, we are going to ask families to wait until the end of, clean breaks between grading periods. So at the end of each trimester is when they would have the opportunity to opt into a different choice. But no matter what, we want a combination of live, pre-recorded activities and assignments, and we want teachers to be available to students, whether they're online students or in-person students during the normal school day. That's the range of hours that teachers would be expected to teach as well, just like their normal contract. And the online students could access those teachers as well. Can you go one more slide, Dr. McLaughlin, so I can talk about the, oh wait, I'm still not there. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself to answer your question. Can you go one more and then I'll come back to this one? Perfect. So here's our recommended approach to answer your question, Dr. Diaz. We have identified, thanks to our MIS team, some cameras that can actually follow the teacher and track the teacher in the classroom. So for schools who choose to do it this way, the camera could actually follow the teacher who's delivering the live lesson. And I'm sitting at home because my family decided that was safer for me. So I'm logged into the same classroom, that same 7th grade math class. I get to watch what the teacher is doing, just like the kids in the class. So I have access to that same content. Now, if you have schools who are given the flexibility to separate into online only and in-person only, then I'm not sure how that would look. It could look a little bit different, where the teacher is just logging in directly and lecturing and working with students. So that may not be a live stream into a classroom, depending on the outcome of the board recommendations, but we are purchasing with board approval the capacity for students to be able to drop in on a live stream if that's the approach that teachers and principals move forward with. The idea behind that was that we recognize this is a difficult situation. There are no easy answers, and there's not going to be an easy way, whether it's all online, all in person, simultaneous. There's no easy way to do COVID education. So my thinking was much more along the lines of how do we minimize the stress, since we know we can't eliminate all of it. And with the cameras, it minimizes the amount of additional prep. It doesn't mean there will be no prep, but it minimizes the additional prep that a teacher would have to do if asked to teach simultaneously. If I'm the only math teacher for all 7th grade in the entire school, then there's not an easy way for me to get around not teaching both in person and online. But if I can show the same lesson to all my kids at once, that's not an extra prep for me. So now when I do have to prep something, I may be prepping different engagement strategies, but the core of the lesson can be the same. So I'm minimizing some of those pieces. And so that's the intent behind the cameras. And our hope is that most of our teachers will find those beneficial and that will eliminate some of the burden. And also our families can appreciate their students being able to actually see the teacher delivering a lesson as if they were in the classroom, hear what their classmates are saying, hear the questions that they're asking, and contribute almost as if they're in a traditional school environment, although they have that slight wall of technology between them.
You mentioned that there's a scenario in which teachers would not be streaming live lessons. Can you speak to that a little bit more?
Yep. So there should not be a situation where students don't somehow get access to live teachers. But when I think about live stream specifically, like I'm thinking of I'm teaching and you're dropping in on my lesson in that moment, as opposed to I'm operating my own independent online classroom where, depending on how we use the language, I'm still getting a live lesson, but it may just be you're my teacher and you're only running that online classroom. I'm not dropping in on what's happening at Magnet. I'm dropping in only on Dr. Diaz's classroom. So
do we have, so what would lead to there being only online teachers? Is that part of the plan? Is that some of our teachers would be exclusively online teachers, or can you elaborate on that?
Yes. So that is not part of my plan as the bigger district piece, but in terms of lending some flexibility to schools, because as Dr. Vic Diaz mentioned, we're going to have some teachers who have a medical reason or some sort of reason why we're not able to put them in a classroom. And we would hate to lose a high quality teacher because of a very real situation. So I throw that out there as a hypothetical. We're not encouraging that necessarily, because we know that's not something that many of our schools have the personnel to be able to do. If I only have one kindergarten teacher or one math teacher, then that makes that principal's options a lot less. But if we have someone who has a situation that merits some sort of accommodations that are made by HR, then the school might find that it's easier to split that third grade classroom, in which case, the district would not stand in the way of making sure that kids' needs get met. And we don't want to create situations where we are going against ADA recommendations, what HR is telling us. But the majority of our teachers, I would expect, are going to find themselves in situations where they need to be able to live stream because they are going to need to juggle both. Okay. The online only would be the exception, not the norm.
Right. Okay. That makes sense. Well, yeah, this seems like there will probably be a lot of hiccups, and a lot of professional development and support will be needed. And I think once we do go to this model, we will need to extend grace to our teachers and learn with them, and just support them as much as possible.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And my team is already on board with that. We've already set aside, we met today to talk about that week of the 12th, whether we reopen in person or not. Teachers will need this training because eventually we'll need to reopen in person, and they will need support with how to use any new technology. So we are already planning to offer a series of optional PD throughout that entire week, so that teachers, while they're setting up their classrooms, if you have some who are tech savvy, they'll get a camera, or they'll say, nope, I've got this covered, leave me alone. Other teachers might need more support with how to navigate that. So my team is committed to just offering training throughout those days, both asynchronous plus office hours, so that maybe I watched this video, I went through the company PD, but I still had questions. I need a live person. Essentially modeling what we would also hope to see from teachers is that balance of, yes, tech is nice, but there's no substitute for the real person, even on the other side of the camera. So that will be available to teachers the week of the 12th, and then ongoing as needed beyond that. But at a minimum, right off the bat, we don't want teachers feeling abandoned as far as the support with navigating both.
Thank you.
Also related to that support, and then I'll go back after that one, Dr. McLaughlin, since I'm already here. So I did speak with some folks, including a teacher in my own family who's currently navigating the online and in-person simultaneous teaching, and said, tell me what's stressing you out. Like, what's the hardest part of this? How do I make this easier? And the piece that was the most challenging was the idea of trying to manage an online classroom. We're teachers at heart. And so you have kids in front of you, you're going to teach the kids in front of you. And it's not intentional to leave kids behind on the computer. It's just natural that once I'm around children, I'm going to start trying to really interact and build relationships. And so they may need some support with managing the online piece so that they're not having to try and, do tech support or point out to the teacher that a kid's raising his hand because he had a question too. So you'll see that we have a recommendation that whenever possible, let's try and get 2 teachers in a classroom. Let's get creative with how we rearrange our staff, because then we might be able to have a teacher who manages the online piece while a teacher live streams. And that second person, it would be great if we happen to be in a school that has 2 third grade teachers who can take turns teaching the lessons and managing the online classroom, but that may not be a reality for all of our schools. So who are the other bodies that we have access to? Do we have IAs, for example? Do we have any additional staff who may not necessarily teach entire classes, but could at least handle managing the Zoom room and letting kids in and out and troubleshooting and organizing and making sure they're on task? So we are open to being flexible with how support staff could be redistributed to support teachers in that way as well, so that we're easing some of the burden while acknowledging it's hard. It's going to be hard. And as you said, there are going to be hiccups. So it's more about how much can we minimize the stress with keeping in mind, Dr. Diaz mentioned our tall, skinny schools. In building this, some of our key parameters were, we know that teachers have expressed they would like to stay with their students. Families want their kids to be with the teacher that they've had all year. We have been committed to keeping all of our schools open. And so that means that we have staff that are stretched a little bit thin across all of our schools. And so if we want to be able to keep those promises, or at least hold those as our values, to keep people as together as possible and to minimize shuffling of staff across grade levels, across schools, any of that, this is a model that allows us to keep our teaching staff, for the most part, uninterrupted. They could stay in the same building. For the most part, they would only be working with other teachers in their grade level, or maybe we're adding an IA. So we get the benefits that we were looking for and minimize some of the stress. Can you go back?
One last comment to that, Dr. Schauman, and you might have already seen this already. The Teachers College at ASU is putting together a professional development on just teaching in this new COVID era, and really emphasizing the roles of distributed expertise to support teachers in managing all of these different roles. And the idea behind that is, how do you create, similar to kind of what we do right now, how do you create teams of teachers where one teacher might be responsible for planning the larger curriculum or lessons, and then the other teacher is better at engagement strategies, so they do those types of engagement processes, and it just kind of alleviates the burden. So I don't know if anyone from our district is going to that conference, but it could be a great professional development opportunity. I sent that to Dr. McLaughlin, but I'm happy to resend if needed.
Sure, and I think I may already have that on my radar, but if you could send that to me just to make sure, then I'll follow up. The Wildcat in me cringes a little bit at ASU, but it's for the kids, so I'm going to let it happen.
Yeah.
But we are putting forward some good PD opportunities, and so we are definitely encouraging our teachers, but that's something our district team might also benefit from. You're right.
Yeah. All right, sounds good. Thanks.
All right, so I just want, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sorry, no, I just have a really quick question. In just trying to listen to this and visualize all of it, I do understand that the teachers would like to stay with their students and trying to meet those expectations, but I just wondered what level of involvement the teachers have been, I guess, talked to about this? Is this something like a well-received idea as far as wearing these cameras for our staff?
So I will say that this is one of those things where, again, that's why we loosened up a little and said, hey, principals, tell us what works for you or not, because some teachers are excited about the cameras and are thinking that's going to make my life easier. But, and I think understandably so, we have quite a few teachers who are less focused on the cameras right now and more overwhelmed by the prospect of even having to do simultaneous teaching who aren't there yet. And I get it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I just want to ask this question because I keep trying to find a good time to ask it.
Oh.
The question I was going to ask earlier, I can't remember, Mr. Quintana, but I would really love to know how we came up with this decorated hybrid model of 4 days. What is that decision based off of? How are we going 1 day online and 4 days in person? What is fueling that decision?
Okay, that's actually a good question. So with the 1 day, 4 days, the reason we have the 1 day anyway is because we already knew that Phoenix L has had that half day early release since before I got here. That was just a given sort of thing that happened. So we decided, how can we at least maximize that time by really making sure that teachers are getting the support they needed. We heard that they wanted more time for PD, that sort of thing. And so we were thinking, if we build in a full day where students are still getting their learning, we still have that time for PD and for the staff meetings and for all of these extras that felt like add-ons for teachers at the time. Because I don't think I was in any meetings with any group of people who didn't say, no, our teachers are going to need more time to plan. How can we get in that time? And so that's where the Mondays asynchronously came from, because we knew that kids still need learning, but that teachers need time to plan that learning. And we also wanted to have time for things like our 95% group work. Sometimes our gifted teachers need extra minutes available to provide services to our gifted students. So here's a designated time that our teachers, that our special, I'm not even sure how to phrase them, but our special populations teachers, will call them, might also have uninterrupted time if we needed to schedule any sort of services. So that became sort of the catch-all day while still providing instruction. With that said, the 4 days, the primary reason we were looking at even the every other day was based on the idea that we may have more students who wanted to return in person than we could safely distance. And even then, the intent was always that students would receive 5 full days of instruction in any model that we went into. So because our numbers are lower, we have the ability to continue to provide that same level of in-person support 4 days instead of only 2, just based on our numbers, because in having the cohorts and going AB, and we thought a lot about this, the work is still essentially the same on the teachers because they still have to manage the same number of students. If we had to send a teacher home in order to disinfect a classroom, that sort of thing, then those students who came on the B day, they still can't come to school because their teacher isn't there. And so either way, the every other day, if something happens with the teacher, all the kids are home, not just the A day or the B day. So this was a way to minimize some of the extra hiccups. We also know that per Governor Ducey's order, we are required to have a space on campus for any family who decides that they need a place for their students to be. So there was a lot of discussion around, if we know that we have to allow the B day students to come to school on A days, if that's what their families say they need, then where are we going to put them in a school? If they're at school anyway, then doesn't it make more sense to have them in a classroom if possible, rather than in a library by themselves doing work with a whole bunch of other random students? So that was some of the thinking that went into the why 4 days, and then why switch from AB to the A. We can provide more of that direct instruction with the student and the teacher, rather than splitting it up and causing additional planning and staffing needs with no with no clear additional educational benefit. I struggled to find an educational benefit to splitting their time.
Were any other benefits considered?
To splitting into the AB. The biggest benefit is just simply having even fewer kids in a room, just as far as safety goes. And so if we were getting close to having inappropriate amounts, if we were trying to cram all of the kids for the whole district into a classroom, I would personally have issues with that as well. So if the biggest benefit is safety, there's always safety in fewer numbers. But as far as academics and outcomes and teacher planning and prep, none of those things are better for having split the schedule.
Since I'm not a teacher, that's really trying to process all. So just to ask one more clarifying question, you say our numbers are low, what does that mean? What number?
When I think about class sizes in our district, they are low compared to what I'm used to in general. And so when you take, let's say even on the high end, let's say we had 30 kids in a class. If only about 40% or a third of those kids, or maybe even 50% came, we would still have at most, in most of our classrooms at most, we're still only looking at half those kids. Earlier grades, we might have to have some different conversations at the site levels. And that's where, as Mr. Quintana was pointing out, we need to measure classrooms and see how safely we can space people out. But if I only have a classroom of 30 and only a third of those students want to come back, that's still a relatively low number of students to have in a room at one time. And so I could still space them out. And so I might be having a difference of single digit kids versus low double digit students, but we don't have when I taught high school, my honors classes were close to 40 students. That was just the normal amount of students. And if you had 35 students or less, then that was considered a smaller class. And my previous district, that's also the numbers I was accustomed to seeing. And so when I come here, I'm like, oh, this is pretty good. And we also have quite a few adults as far as IAs and additional support that I think give us opportunities that other districts may not have to really support our students.
This is Dr. Diaz. I just want to chime in on that. There are the occasional flare-ups. We heard about one earlier today, and that is something we talked quite a bit about during performance-based budgeting. The reason why our tall, skinny schools create conditions that encourage these sorts of flare-ups. Clearly, we're going to look at those flare-ups very closely. If we have somebody who has a class size that is at a size where even if half the kids came back, we would have a larger number. Dr. Diaz, you mentioned this earlier, what's the third option? In that design day, we did have some principals starting to look at relocating classes in bigger spaces, and whether or not the classrooms that a teacher is currently assigned to would be able to accommodate classes of that size if you moved it into a larger space like the media center or a partition part of the cafeteria. We even talked about using empty spaces here at Emerson Court that would be available to Emerson Elementary School.
This is Lene Almy. I have, I guess, some comments and questions, mostly around the instructional approach, which would be on slide 20.
Okay.
So I have like notes everywhere, so I'm really sorry in advance for this thought process. So I think my first question, I'll just go ahead and start with, I'm approaching this from the lens of a teacher. I know that my own lesson planning time has like quadrupled trying to produce lessons that are synchronous, asynchronous, available to students whenever they need them, available to students in a live Zoom class. So wrapping my head around adding a simultaneous option feels absolutely impossible to me as a teacher. So that is just my first concern in how it's presented to teachers and what input they had, as Ms. Trujillo said. That feels impossible to me. And so I guess my first question where that goes to is, we had talked about extensively the digital academy, the like strictly online school for students. And I'm just curious what happened to that option, because that feels like it would provide students with a higher quality online education, and also allow for teachers to specialize in either online only or in-person only.
So I will ask Dr. McLaughlin, do you want to chime in on this one, or do you want me to tackle this one?
Go for it, Dr. Brown.
Okay, so with the AOI, we did talk about an online school. And then when we made the decision not to reopen in person, so the way the online school would work is that we would have the Phoenix iAcademy. You're no longer a student at Magnet. And now we are taking teachers from across the district in order to staff that, and in order to staff that school. And so I think, how do I say this? We're just gonna say it. And so one of the barriers that we have is that we need, right now we are confined to opening all of our schools, maintaining all of our staffing, trying to make sure that teachers get to stay with their students. It's been a very, our approach has been very much on how do we make sure that teachers are comfortable and that kids and families are getting that consistency that they know of. We could staff an online school, yes. And we could have online teachers only, and we could have families register for the iAcademy. You'll see that happening in other districts. And then that means that we now have to pull teachers from across the district. So you're no longer teaching at your home school anymore, and those students are no longer your homeschool students, which means that we would have, that if we were to take the majority of our, or even half of our students and teachers and make them online teachers, we then now need to go down a different road of, then what does that mean for our schools? If I've taken all of your kindergartners because 90% of them wanted to be online, now you're at a school that's open with only 4 kindergarten students. What do we do with that class? So it could be done, but when the decision was made to go all online, that sort of meant that all schools became their own online school at the time, rather than having a district-wide approach. So it would require some reconfiguring and some different commitments than what our initial priorities have been.
And Dr. Brown, Ms. Solomon, members of the board, I can speak to that just a bit too, because I did talk to leaders in 2 different districts that have done that. They've created this online academy. A couple considerations for us. If 50% of our families select that, that will become a 3,000 student school. We would then have to staff it as a 3,000 student school. And so it would be an incredibly massive reconfiguration of all of our students and all of our staff. And so going back to the piece about consistency, what leaders in one of the districts share with me has happened is that, at this school, we're going to have to take 7 of your teachers to bring them to the iAcademy. And so that school loses 7 of their teachers go to the iAcademy. If something happens with the enrollments in the iAcademy where parents change their mind before the start date, and now we want to actually be in person, they have seen people get yo-yoed. And what winds up happening is I went from being a teacher, I'll just say like at Garfield, to the Phoenix One Academy, but now I'm actually needed at Edison. And then I'll have 3 different assignments in a matter of like 2.5 weeks. And so that's the headache that district has seen. Another district I talked to that's looking at launching it, it is just this consideration that 3,000 kids, I mean, that's a massive high school, just in terms of the size of that. The time it would take to put that together to staff that would be pretty incredible and very difficult to do.
Okay, that feels reasonable to me. Okay, so I guess my second kind of thought process is when looking at this as the job of 2 teachers, it feels almost manageable, because what I saw described, and I think it might have been it more in the parent handbook side, was like 1 teacher will man the digital classroom. And that feels like the only way to do it. But that parent handbook does say teachers will respond to student chats during independent work time. And whether you are teaching 10 or 30 students in front of you, that's a full-time job. Whether you're teaching fully online, that's a full-time job. And so I don't know how we're going to expect our teachers to do 2 full-time jobs at the same time. And that piece of like, you're promising parents in this handbook, like a teacher will respond to their student during work time. And that feels like an impossible promise. So I think that we remove that personally and say that like if teachers can, they will, but they have to kind of prioritize their teaching. And so I guess the question there is like, what would you expect? What are the teacher expectations for teaching, planning, what kind of support they get?
So I'll tackle that a couple of ways, because I agree that it's going to be a challenge. I won't try and minimize the amount of work that it takes in order to do this. I will say that I do expect that teachers are responding to students during class, like while they're working. With that said, it doesn't mean the instant I have a question, it gets answered. Just like if I'm in a classroom, I may have a question, but that teacher is doing small group work. So my question may not get answered until it's my turn with the small group, or it may not get answered until the end of the day. At the time that we were thinking of the parent handbook and the online piece, that was when we also had a lot more expectations that there may be asynchronous learning. And if I'm sitting and I'm in the chat the entire time, then a student should not have to wait 4 days in order to get a response to his or her question. I think responding to a student question during class, like as the lesson is happening, is just part of what we do as teachers. And that's a little bit different, or that's a lot different to me than an ongoing, if the student is working in real time, then I'm answering questions in real time, which is different than when the student has done work asynchronously at 10 o'clock at night and now has said, oh, it's during school hours, it's 9 a.m., my teacher's probably there, so I'm gonna log in and ask a question. By having that schedule, that daily schedule that everyone's now following, we eliminate the likelihood that we have students who are working primarily independently and then just need access to a teacher to ask a question, and instead it comes more into a normal flow of that interaction. That's also the reason, though, that we would try and have 2 adults in the room because not all questions have to be answered by a teacher. Sometimes the kid just wants to know, can you go to the bathroom? Sometimes the student wants to know, wait, what am I supposed to click? And if we have another adult in the space, those are the types of questions that while Dr. Diaz is teaching, I'm the other adult in the room, I see this all popping up online. If we're both 3rd grade teachers, I may even be able to answer that question for you and provide additional support. If I don't have that level of skill because I'm not a teacher necessarily, I can at least know to raise my hand so the teacher sees my hand, just like they may see a hand of a student in the classroom, so that then I can ask that student's question in that moment. But I do think we have to maintain an expectation that all of our kids are allowed to ask questions and have those answered in a reasonable amount of time. I don't think that we have to be firm and final. If you didn't answer within 30 seconds, then you have failed to address the needs of a child or anything that unreasonable. As far as the planning and support, I think that comes down to just ongoing PD and making my team available to those who want that time. Teachers would still have their uninterrupted planning time, plus they would still have the Mondays. We're not taking those away. And so that does afford a little bit more planning time than we actually have during a normal school year as well. So we've in many cases increased the amount of planning time that teachers would have, just because we have more uninterrupted time on a Monday when it's asynchronous learning happening. But it's not something that's going to happen overnight. It's something that, as we heard in the community comments, teachers said, oh yeah, I'm starting to get the hang of this thing. It's going to take some time to start to get the hang of and the flow of navigating both. But if we're lesson planning anyway, and if I am delivering the same lesson, depending on which option I choose for how to approach things, if I'm teaching fractions, I'm planning to teach fractions anyway. And if I'm writing it on the whiteboard, I'm writing it on the whiteboard. What's different is how am I going to have the students respond? So that extra planning piece comes in the engagement strategy piece. And that's one of those things where I would love to have teachers feel empowered to reach out and say, hey, we need help with some strategies for engagement, and reach out to our math specialist and say, what do we have in the resource that might help that? Or can you offer a PD on X, Y, or Z, so that we can continue to offer and respond to what they think they need. But I don't know that teachers will know yet what exactly they need until they've tried it and until they've had time to get their feet wet. I think it sounds much more intimidating than it will end up being. It doesn't mean it's going to be easy. So again, I'm not downplaying what we're asking teachers to do, but I do think that for those teachers who opt to use the camera for the live stream, they will find that their planning time gets reduced, as opposed to those who try to plan and manage 2 consecutive lessons that are different lessons at the same time. So 1 lesson with modifications to me feels more manageable than 2 completely separate lessons.
Thanks. So just a couple of comments to end. I agree with you. I do think that this is possible if you have the 2 adults. I think my concern was in the 1 staffing model that we were sent. It doesn't look like that's going to happen in a lot of classrooms. So I guess just like that's my concern, is that it's not super likely to be 2 adults. And that's really just a comment. I know that we don't know the answers to that yet. And then my last comment, you hit on, Dr. Brown, at the end. I think what 2 months of remote synchronous learning has taught us is that engagement strategies are really different for students working online. The pedagogy is really different for students working online. So I think it's hard to tell teachers, like, you're going to deliver this lesson and it's going to be good for kids in front of you and it's going to be good for kids working online, just because I think teaching looks different. And I don't have a solution to that at all. And I think you're right. Like, it's going to be doing it and figuring it out and sharing those ideas that will probably help. But I appreciate you answering those questions.
Happy to do so. And sorry, I don't have the perfect answer, but I try and be honest about this is where we're at. So sorry, teachers, but we'll figure it out. And then Dr. McLaughlin, can you go back to slide 19?
I will, Dr. Brown, but I'm wondering if we could pause and have our principals share their school designs, because that slide seems to jive with Ms. Jeffrey's communication plan. So if we could insert our principals right here, if that's okay with you, Dr. Brown. I've already checked with Ms. Jeffries.
Yeah, I think that's fine. The only thing that was on slide 19 was just reminding folks that we're looking at a phased-in approach.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was all that was on that slide anyway. I think hearing from the principals will help to visualize some of what this could look like, and I think that'll answer quite a few questions.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Dr. Brown.
Thank you.
So hold on 1 second here, please. All right. So having served as a principal in 2 very different communities for a total of 11 years, I can say with confidence that the role of a principal is the most challenging role in a school district. There is no doubt in my mind. I know that each day is unpredictable, exhausting, and for many of you, you are up way past your bedtime. So thank you very much, principals, for your dedication to your families and your students. We appreciate your leadership, and we appreciate you staying up past your bedtime and being willing to share your possible return to in-person plans with our governing board and community members that are listening. So we're going to start with Diane Salazar, our principal at Faith North. Then we're going to move into Ms. Engdahl, our principal at Shaw Montessori, and then Ms. Randone from Whittier School, and then Ms. Bernal from Garfield School. So I have told the principals that they can leave as soon as their part is over. They're eager to get to bed. They got to get at it again tomorrow. So you know your order. So I turn it over to you, principals. Diane, go for it.
Good evening, Dr. Diaz, governing board members, cabinet, and community members, if there are any still awake. I just want to first thank you all for the opportunity to speak tonight. At Faith North, we have been welcoming students on campus since August 25th. we've had about 25 students attending appointment-based services on our campus. And we've used this time as what we would consider a soft opening. And we've learned a lot over the last month or so of having students on campus. We've learned about maintaining our cohorts. We've learned about recognizing other opportunities that we weren't aware of, such as our students' capacities to wear masks. Even our neediest students have shown a great capacity to wear masks. We are, as of right now, our prototype is once we are cleared to return to in-person learning, that we would have 2 sessions for our preschoolers daily, morning and an afternoon session, which would allow us to create those smaller groupings, something unique to the preschool. I don't know if everyone's aware of this, but our enrollment is ongoing throughout the year. And although at this point in the school year, we have around 135 preschoolers total, that number will increase over time, over the course of the year, as we identify new students. So as I said, we are looking to have those two groups of students to reduce the class size and allow for our social distancing, which if you know anything about 3 to 5 year olds, you will know is quite a challenge with our little ones, with hugs and all the love that they want to give us. So any questions, please ask. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have that I can answer.
Thank you for staying with us this long. And thank you for sharing your approach. I know with the toddler, I can imagine that it must be very difficult for that age group. So thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Oops, I'm sorry. Is that it? Yeah, okay. Good evening, President Diaz, members of the Governing Board, Superintendent Weeks, Dr. McLaughlin, members of Cabinet. The Shaw leadership team came together right after we did the prototype, along with the certified teaching staff, and we've come up with 3 potential models for possible return to in-person instruction. Model 1 is a lot of what I've heard you talking about tonight. It's a very difficult decision you have to make. And I'm going to call it the Learning Lab model. We've kind of done a catchphrase for each of these. So in the Learning Lab model, the students come to school daily with their fully charged device. And from their designated workspace, they can do online and in-person learning. This allows our students to stay connected with the classmates that are working from home. And in the event of a school closure, we can readily return to that online teaching model easily. It also provides scaffolding from when we come from home to school, because as we've all heard tonight, it's taken us a long time to refine our practice of online. So to be able to scaffold that back into something that looks more normal is helpful. The teacher in the Montessori environment will be working from a lesson table. So she will have in front of her her computer with her online children. She will have her smartboard on, a document camera because of all of the beautiful Montessori materials that are on the table that can be projected onto the smartboard for the in-person children and at-home learners. And then the other thing is we spent a lot of time this summer finding homemade Montessori materials. And so both parents, teachers, office staff has been making Montessori materials for use in the home. So we're going to ask that those in-person learners bring back that Montessori material, so there's actually a hands-on action for the children in the classroom who might not be able to work with materials on the shelf because of the disinfecting thing, until we get our feet on the ground and we figure out how difficult or how easy that's going to be. So that's model 1. Model 2 would be what we would call our block schedule. And this is what a lot of the elementary teachers are already using. In this model, because of the multi-age spans in the Montessori classroom, the first graders might be online and in person getting lessons from the teacher, while second and third graders are doing individualized follow-up work or asynchronous work. And then the next hour, the second graders would have that lesson time, and then et cetera, third graders. And this allows, the block schedule allows those homogeneous and heterogeneous groupings that are so beautiful in Montessori. It could be grade specific, that's not usually what's happening now, but it does allow for that too. And then I think the other thing about the block schedule is it allows, well, so does the in-person, it allows the teacher to ability group and for the learners at home to feel like they're a part of the in-person learning environment. And then model 3 is what we're just calling our integration model. And this is really the most flexible model for groupings and materials work, and it's geared really towards the primary classroom. I think most of you know we have not taken our 3s yet. We've accepted 3s, but of course they were not going to start, and we're not going to start them for a while until we get our kinders back into the classroom. And we are considering not starting our 4-year-olds straight away either. They have been online with their teacher, the 4-year-olds and the 5-year-olds in a pseudo kind of learning environment. 5s are definitely doing better than 4s, like Denise had said. But back to the integration model. This model has the in-person children bringing their homemade Montessori materials to the classroom, and the children doing follow-up work with the Montessori materials for as long as necessary, and then morphing into those actual classroom materials, depending on how many children are in the environment, again, and seeing once we can get our hands around the disinfecting of that actual hands-on material. So those are our 3 plans. The teachers feel relatively certain that they can take parts of all of these plans and make it work. What questions do you have?
Do your teachers have a preference on any of the specific that you presenting?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Is there a preference that your teachers are kind of leaning towards with regard to the different plans, or is it?
I think it depends on the grade level, and that's why we were entertaining the 3 plans. I think the teachers are, the middle school teachers are like a well-oiled machine, doing such a phenomenal job with online learning. So are the upper elementary teachers, and as you go down, it gets a little bit more difficult because of the child. So I think it depends on the age group that you're working with. I think most of the teachers have a certain kind of comfort staying with the Learning Lab model, staying with the online component, and having that be a part of what they do, because that's what the children are used to, that's what they're used to, and starting to wean themselves away from that. So I would say to you that most of them are leaning towards the Learning Lab model, except for the teachers of the younger children who are still really struggling with just having young children on screens.
Thank you.
I believe I'm up next. Good evening, Madam President, Governing Board, Dr. Weeks, and Cabinet. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to share some of the developing plans regarding our possible reopening in person. As you all shared, we did come together as a leadership team to be able to determine what these plans can look like in our campuses. with having the understanding that in our schools, we are a K-8 school. So that means that we have to address the different age groups, and giving options to our teachers is of utmost what we tend to do at Whittier. And so with that being said, we did a proposal for 3 models also. And so with that, we considered our teacher feedback and concerns. We heard some of that feedback that was given, and we also met with our grade level leads to receive their feedback and their input. And then on Monday, we met with our staff to present the models, received more feedback from them, and asked, if anything, if you would be leaning towards any of these models, which one would it be? And we also followed up today in collaborative team meetings as a follow-up from our site-based meeting on Monday. With always empowering teacher voice, we went back to our models and we looked at what we were proposing based off of district direction, guidance, and also with the feedback from our teachers. So I'll go ahead and share the models as of now. We looked at the data, staffing, feedback, concerns. We also proposed the 3 models. The first model is the district recommended model, which is your in-person and online learning model facilitated by the homeroom. The considerations here is that additional support with the second adult. Also, we considered the teacher training with the camera functionality, with the ability to train with being able to, some of the concerns that you all shared already. However, it does honor the relationship building that our teachers already have with the current students. And also it honors the classroom culture that they currently have. The second option that we did recommend was a co-teaching model. And I know that we bounced that idea around a little bit tonight. And so basically what we talked about was we're fortunate at Whittier to have 2 teachers per grade level, and we're departmentalized from kindergarten to 4th grade, and from 5th through 8th grade, we are departmentalized. With that being said, we have 2 different models that would cover the self-contained idea, which is your 2 teachers within a grade level, and also your departmentalized. And actually that suggestion came from one of our 5th and 6th grade teachers, that this co-teaching model can work also in the departmentalized setting. So basically your co-teaching model is, it addresses a concern about the second adult in the learning. So we would see a teacher online and a teacher in person. The teacher in person will be facilitating the learning within the classroom, and the teacher online will be facilitating the learning online. With that being said, what our teachers really liked about this model was the ability to really collaborate and be able to divvy up some of that work that they were concerned about with Model 1, such as, the additional work that they thought in their minds would come. We did have the conversation about additional planning. We also talked about the how we won't be lesson planning for 2 different approaches. Either we would be modifying or differentiating for our online kiddos and our in-person kiddos. With that being said, as I stated, it does support the second adult that is needed to help monitor online and to be able to provide prompt feedback to our students. It also gives the opportunity for teachers to learn from one another. We're all growing and learning through this process, and we all have our concerns and challenges. And so coming together as a team is going to be important as we move forward whenever the reopening does occur. We would say that at this point, if looking at my data and my feedback from the document that the teachers gave to me on Monday, we're sitting at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We also surveyed our special area team, and our special area thought about a co-teaching model within our school and also thought about it at the district level. So more to come when we continue to look at this co-teaching model. So there's other pieces and a lot of more detailed information regarding this model, but I'll go ahead and continue. So the third model that we did
Did we lose Amy?
Well, it appears like she froze on us. So I'm going to let her know. And we will, how about if unfortunately we move on to Garfield? So Ms. Bernal, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah,
and I'll
let's
let
move
Ms.
on to
Rendon.
Garfield.
Yeah.
Or I can continue for her.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Spring. Please go for it. Yes, thank you, Dr. Spring.
I did
Oh,
text her
there's
and
Ms.
tell her she
Rendon.
froze, but
Ms. Rendon's returned.
So my computer gave up on me because it's saying it's way past my bedtime. But so with that being said, these are the 3 models we presented. We took a ton of feedback. We're going to continue to work with our teachers and our teams. As we know, there's a lot of concern. However, I'll open it for questions.
Amy, they didn't get to hear any of the 3rd model. That's when we lost you.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay, so I'm working off of my cell phone now. So just know that my computer gave out. So the 3rd model was the more intrusive model, I would say, because we would have to do some movement with the homeroom classrooms. It's in-person learning with one teacher, and then the online learning with one teacher. And so they're working on their own, meaning that, so they're working together. One is in person, the other one is online, and again, facilitating, supporting one another. But that would mean that the need would be the second adult there, and then also changes to rosters and homerooms. It's manageable. However, like I said, it's a little bit more intrusive, but this would help anybody who solely would need to deliver instruction online. And so at this point, those are our 3 current models. The numbers that I currently have, like I shared, was we have 5 of our groups, grade level groups, also our special areas who are not have made a decision because this is still a work in progress. We're still developing these plans that would maybe lean more towards that model. And we also have some that are between A and B, which is the district model. And then only 1 or 2 grade levels, if possible, model 3. I have a lot more information, but I'll open it up for questions as I know it's very late and we're all ready to head to bed.
Thank you for staying with us tonight.
Thank you, guys.
Ms. Rendon, do you know, I appreciate that you have a 3rd model that does allow teachers to stay home if necessary, but it doesn't sound like teachers favor that. Is that because of the shift in the homerooms and who's in their class, or do you know what the reason is there?
Well, I would say that it could be both. It could be, one is, most importantly, our campus really values the relationships that they have been able to build with our students online. And so because this is a little bit more of that intrusive change within their homeroom, that would be one of the biggest reasons. I have their feedback regarding, so what I had them do on Monday was do plus and deltas on all 3 models and then think about, if any, at this point, which one would you be leaning towards? So the feedback that I have regarding that specific model was the relationships that they built with their kids and how they're not willing to let go of that quite yet, because it took time to get them there. It took time to build that community. It took time to build that culture. And now that they have those relationships, it's very difficult to let go. However, on my one-on-ones, when I did ask teachers, they said, we understand, we will do whatever is in the best interest of our students. And so as our staff had very conflicting thoughts with the reopening, we always ended up at, we will do what is in the best interest of kids, of our students. And again, we value relationships.
Thank you.
Is it my turn? Yes, okay. So I don't know, Denise, if at this time you want us to present our slides. We won't go into detail, but just.
I think that would be helpful to have a visual, Ms. Bernal. Yeah.
Do you want me to share my screen or does?
You can do
Troy-
that. You can do that.
Okay, oops, sorry, this is skipping over. I think very similar to what Ms. Rendon just shared with you, this prototype was actually, based on the data that district had collected as far as the family surveys were concerned, and then based on our one-on-one conversations with teachers. We are very fortunate at Garfield that we have I would say the majority of the teachers, there's about 15 teachers that are, what Dr. Diaz has called a hard yes, they're ready to return. They know that this is, what their students need, and they are confident and they trust, the systems and protocols that we have in place. There were a few that were hesitant. 4 of them were what I feel, I'm not a medical expert, but they have legitimate health reasons, for wanting to remain online. One of them is a trooper, and we have joked with her that she says, I do have some health conditions that I'm worried about, but I'll come back, and do what's best for kids. So Joseph and I have started to design her little astronaut suit that we call it, and get her in front of kids like she wants, but in the safest way possible. So the prototypes all of the prototypes that we have designed are actually based on those 4 teachers needing to stay home online, for health reasons. So you will see that I have numbers there, in kindergarten, for example, all of the teachers are willing and ready to return to in-person. However, we do have to recognize that some of our families do need that online, instruction, and we need to provide it. So we thought that we can do a simultaneous model, which, would mean that 2 of the teachers would do the co-teaching. So they would pair up, and one be the co-pilot for a content or 2, and then take turns, delivering that online instruction and having that little gadget follow them while the other manages the technology piece. For the second classroom, we have a multi-classroom leader. So she is what we call an expert teacher, has a lot of knowledge. And she also has a reach associate that works closely with her. So they would do the same thing. And instead of a teacher, we would have the reach associate doing the technology piece, the co-piloting, we call it. Same thing with other grades. In first grade, this is where we have our first case where one of the teachers does, need to stay online. And what we have considered, because we have another teacher in second grade that needs to stay online, and we have considered to make it more, because I know, Ms. Almi, you have said that it's endless hours of planning, if they were to go to, self-contained, where they had to plan all 4 content areas. One just some of the stuff just beautifully landed and is put together. One is an expert in ELA. She was a district's reading coach, in her former life. And then the other one just loves to teach math and science. So then we would just team up those 2 teachers in first and second grade, and they would be delivering that instruction. Where we do run into some issues with the prototype that we have, which is 50-50, is that in our 4th and up, we are completely departmentalized. The 4th and 5th grade team, when we had our one-on-one conversations, they were pretty strong about wanting to remain as a team. So in all the prototypes that we have created, we have given that opportunity for them to still be a team. In 6th grade, you will see that we have 80 kids. So if half of those kids returned, that would be 40 kids on campus, which means that unfortunately, we couldn't have one teacher stay home. And this is where we have our trooper here that she says, I'll come back, and I'll do it. Just suit me up and make sure that I'm staying safe and healthy. And then in 7th and 8th grade, again, they're departmentalized, so they would have to work as a team. So they would be following the same format as 4th and 5th grade. And Joseph, I'll let you take the lead on the next one.
So for our prototype B, we looked at a 25-75 model, meaning 25% of our kids would come to in-person learning, 75% of our students would stay online. And so in this case, in kindergarten, we would have one in-person teacher with 2 online teachers, and then a Reach associate supporting them with the online for kinder. In kinder and first grade would be the same, and third grade as well. With our kinder first and second. In third grade, we have the 2 teachers that would be in person, and then the one with one Reach associate, and then we would have someone supporting the online instruction for an online cohort of students. And then we have 4th and 5th grade, kind of going 4th through 8th grade, it would be like the 2, especially 4th and 5th, and then 7th and 8th would be 2 simultaneous classes. So they'll have a group of kids in the classroom. So it would be one 4th grade group that is, the 15 to 17 kids in class with the additional kids in the online world, and then a 5th grade classroom in the same position. And so at any point in the day, 2 teachers, or each teacher would teach 2 classes with that simultaneous model. And then the other 2 classes would be full online. And this 4th grade team was all for it because they really do want to stick together as a team with what they've built this year. And then with 6th grade, again, we have those 80 students. So we would be looking at one simultaneous group with 35 to 40 kids online. But we would need the 2 teachers, 2 of them would be simultaneous and one would be full on in person, just depending because of the way the numbers look for the 2 of them. Again, that is because our 4-8 teachers are all departmentalized by subject. And then as you can see, we do have some red markings here, just what our needs are to make this happen successfully with additional instructional assistants to support the technology part of the online world as well.
And then we do have a third prototype, which would be just the flip side of that. So it would be, thinking about 75% of our kids returning to in-person and then 25% staying online. However, our data at the district level, and then teachers also conducted their own surveys with their families, and it does not indicate that we would need to go to that model. One thing that I do want to say is that, the leadership team has listened, to the teachers, and some of them are very hesitant about that simultaneous piece and feeling confident in their instruction, doing this, with the camera, how is that going to look? Am I going to be prepared? And then they also worried about the engagement on the online side. So how can they manage engagement, when they are teaching in front of kids? So Joseph and I have, told teachers that we will, be looking into this once the governing board makes a decision as to when we're returning, and they will be, at the table with us. So we're not going to be planning this alone. I always tell my teachers, we don't do it alone. We do it as a team. So we're going to be planning, the best scenario for the team once we have, a start date.
And the other thing that we shared with our staff is that it may look different. So kindergarten may be on prototype A, but first grade may be on prototype B because of the way the numbers worked out for our students.
Any questions?
I have a question. So first, thank you for providing this visual and this detailed information. It's really helpful to get a sense of, how a school might do this. And I think that the approach to localize this with your specific school makes a lot of sense with each of our schools. I'm wondering, do these responses reflect teachers' knowledge after after they read the plan, or was this before reading the mitigation plan? So did teachers know like what they were saying yes to, essentially?
So we met with teachers one-on-one last week, and we went over, very high level information, and then I told them we were operating at about 100 feet, so this is just prototypes that we're toying around with, give us your input. At that time, we scheduled a staff meeting for the next day. So then everyone would come together and, bring their questions, bring their ideas. On Friday, which is when we had our whole staff, our teaching staff, meeting, we gave teachers homework, so we gave them everything that district has given us as far as documents like the mitigation. We gave them a copy again of the protocols. And I forget the other document, Joseph, I don't know if you remember, but we gave them 3 documents to take a look at. And then we told them that on Monday, we were going to be meeting for 3 hours, and we were going to just, hash this out and kind of think about it. But we kept, reminding them that this was very high level planning. We won't know until we get final numbers, until we know how many of our families are actually going to be choosing in person, and then we will try to accommodate, like we said, our number one priority was to accommodate those 4 teachers that need to stay home, because we're a family and we need to make sure that we take care of each other. So we want to make sure that we honor that. And then everyone else, it would just depend, so for example, if we have a prototype B, as you can see, more teachers have the opportunity to stay online.
Thank you. And then you mentioned that these different plans will be revisited once you have more information regarding the board's decision.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Can I just say one last thing though? I am really proud of my teachers, and I just want to tell you that they have given it their all. None of them were online persons before this. Actually, we are very tech challenged at our school. We have to run to Joseph every time, Joseph, what do I do, Joseph? But my teachers have been just amazing at this online thing and trying new things, and let's just do this and teaching each other and being a team. So I just want to give them kudos, even though they're not here to listen, or I hope they're not, because they need to be asleep right now.
Thank you, Ms. Bernal. All right, we will get back to our PowerPoint, and Ms. Jeffries will share about our communication plan.
Well, thank you, and good evening, President Diaz, governing board members, Dr.
Jeffries, I just have a question for Principal Bernal.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
My apologies, Ms. Ju.
No worries. And this was actually really for all of the principals. I just wanted to ask more in a general sense as opposed to each one, but just what your team's perspectives were on the use of those cameras going forward with these plans.
They're nervous. Like I said, we are very tech challenged, or limited. We haven't had as much experience, I think, as probably some other, districts or schools with technology. But like I said, they are warriors, and they will do what we need them to do or what they're being asked to do. But they would, some of them would prefer not to. And I actually think that we would probably see a preference to because that's what I'm toying with, but to teaching online and then an in-person class. So I think they would rather do that versus doing the simultaneous. And they may need to just see it in action. They just don't know what it looks like. That was their.
Thank you.
I'm still online if you would like me to answer as well, Ms. Trujillo. We had the same concerns also. Our teachers are very much, we roll up our sleeves and get the job done also. And so they've learned a lot throughout this time. And so, yes, a little bit nervous regarding the camera, thinking about note cards. Do we have to hold them close to the camera? Do we have to, And so we were able to watch in the CTM where I was in, we were able to watch the video of the camera and how it worked. We did notice that we were going to need training, which is, obvious, right? So yes, a little bit nervous, but willing to, if that's the prototype that they would choose to do. And for all these prototypes, we would have some training.
Perfect. Thank you guys very much. I do appreciate it. I know in a highly Latino community, I do sense that we are very driven to come be of service and put ourselves out there. So I do really appreciate it and honor it. And that's why I just want to really make sure that if we are presenting this opportunity, that we make sure it's one that we are most well positioned to succeed in. So I just really want to feel comfortable as far as where we're at and making sure that we are listening and looking through all the lenses. So I appreciate the perspective.
Well, good evening, President Diaz, governing board members, Dr. Weeks, and community. I'm Linda Jeffries, and I'm the Director of Marketing Communications. And I'm pleased to share with you the communication plan that we've developed to ensure that we are communicating with our parents and community regarding our return to school plan. And so you'll notice on this slide that we have a number of communications planned to go out over the next 3 weeks using a variety of communication modes. You'll notice, for example, number 1, our parent notification. We're using 6 different modes. All of our communication is being sent via telephone call to parents, email, text message. We are posting to the district website, and we're also posting to social media. In addition to those modes of communication, we are sending all of our messages to our school principals and asking our principals to use their own communication networks within their schools to also communicate. That way we're sure that we are reaching as many parents as possible. From the school levels, it might look like one of our schools has an email chain, and so they will also be sending this message out through email. And also we're asking our teachers to send the notifications out using their Google Classrooms and classroom announcements as they normally would. So for example, the first message was sent yesterday on the 21st, and it was notifying our parents of the board work study session where we are presenting the return to school plan, and encouraged our parents and community members to join in tonight so that they can hear the presentation and what our return to school plan might look like. Our second parent notification is scheduled to go out on the 25th, pending governing board approval. And that message will be explaining the board's process in terms of if the governing board approves this return to school plan, and then what those details of our plan are specifically for parents. And we'll outline our return to school date, for the different phases, pending your approval. Then message number 3 will be a reminder call to parents of our return to school plan. And at that point, we will provide parents with a sign-up option. And I'm calling it a learning choice form. We've done many surveys, but this is going to be different than a survey because this form will enable our parents to re-enroll, if you will, each of their students. We want students or families to commit whether their children will be returning in person or whether they will be remaining online. And so we want very specific information so that we know exactly what students will be coming back to school in person and which students will be remaining online. Our fourth communication, again, will be a reminder call to parents and specifically reminding them to complete that learning choice form by October 2nd. And that way that will provide our schools adequate time to make sure that we have all of the information needed to determine staffing needs and what our teachers might need in the classroom. Our message number 5, again, is going to be very much similar in nature to the same messages, but this is going to be a little more specific because we want our parents and community members hearing specifically from our school principals. So message number 5 is designed to come directly from the school. Again, providing same information, but in this message, we want it to be a little bit more specific and then provide our parents with more information in terms of what the learning models are, what the school day schedule looks like, what in-person classroom instruction might be, and then those real specific items that school principals might want to include that's site specific. And then our 6th message, again, will be site specific. And this one is designed to be sent on October 9th. And this is just reminding parents, number 1, hope that they had a great fall break. Number 2, reminding them of our return to school date. Talk a little bit about what that week before might look like, knowing that our students will be participating in asynchronous learning in the afternoon and the reasonings behind that. And then also allows our principals a little more opportunities to share anything site specific in nature. One item that is not on this plan that we are in the process of planning, I'm working with Troy Harris in MIS. And so one of the things we wanted to provide parents is an opportunity to join us for a community forum where we will be able to present our return to school plan in detail and then have that opportunity to hear directly from parents and answer any questions that they might have. So we are looking at hosting a community forum hopefully next week, pending the outcome of the governing board's decision on Thursday evening. In addition, we've created a family-friendly version of our return to school plan. And so part of the messages that we will be sending will include that family-friendly plan that parents will have right at their fingertips. So hopefully that plan will be able to answer more specific questions that they might have. And so with that, that completes my portion of the presentation, pending any questions that you might have.
This is Naomi. I have one question that I actually think is probably not for you, but it's brought up here. I'm just wondering what happens with any families who don't reply to that survey or confirm their option by October 2nd. Is there a default for them? Do they go all online or do they go back?
Let me first begin by saying we're asking for very specific information from our parents, so students' name and school and grade level, so that we can better identify which students we have not heard from yet. And then the school principals will be working closely along with our classroom teachers to be able to reach out to those individuals who we have not heard from. So hopefully our intent is to hear from 100% of our families prior to our return date. In terms of those parents who we haven't heard from, I might turn that over to Dr. McLaughlin for more of a response.
Yeah, I would just add that our teachers are very relentless when it comes to tracking down our families. So our teachers know how best to communicate, whether that's through an older sibling, or whether that's phone, or whether that's snail mail. So they'll find a way to make sure that they hear from every family. They did that work in July when we initially put out the learning choice forms, when we were asking for parents to choose between online or hybrid.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffries, for your presentation. And I'm glad to see that we're having multiple points of communication with our families.
Thank you. You're welcome. I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. McLaughlin then.
And that does conclude our presentation. So I will turn it over to Dr. Weeks.
All right. So did you say that concludes our presentation, Dr. McLaughlin? Can I get a woohoo? I want to thank everybody for spending all of this time with us tonight. This is a very important thing that we're presenting, a lot of information that we provided to you this evening. And I want to thank all of those who put a lot of time and effort into developing their slides and to pulling the information and to presenting it. I want to thank our principals and all of the staff that really aren't here tonight making the frontline presentation, who pulled data in the background in order to get this pulled together for you tonight. You undoubtedly have some additional questions. I'll hope that you'll email them to us so that we can try to get those answered. And then on Thursday, you might have some differing ideas on what you think that vote should look like, and that's okay. But for now, I think can all say that we've had just about enough. And so I would say be well, and barring any last minute question or comment, I would say it's probably time to say goodnight.
One question, I'm so sorry. For our thoughts on what the vote should be on Thursday, do you want us to email those to you and Dr. Diaz? Laura Diaz.
That would be appropriate, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Are there any additional questions? Thank you guys so much. This meeting is adjourned at 11:22 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.